Check 1, 2, check. All good. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Uh-huh. Yep. I heard you, yeah. Yeah, I heard you, yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Matt Savage here, the Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, and we are about to start up this final table here at WPT Prime Slovakia, Card Casino Bratislava, 2:30 local time. We are on a 30-minute delay. Just getting started right now. And I'll read off to you our players at the table.
All right, guys, get things underway here.
In seat number 1, Emil Bece from Switzerland with 950,000. In seat number 2, we have Lukas Adamczewski from Poland, 925,000. In seat 3, Alexei Mishuk from Israel, 2.65 million. In seat number 4, we have Josef Chibichek from Slovakia, 2.7 million. In seat number 5, Andras Matrai, he's from Hungary. He's our chip leader, 7.2 million. In seat number 6, we have Iulian Tataru from Romania, 2,725,000. And in seat number 7, Dennis Gerchurgen from Germany, 1,575,000. Mayor Zahari from Israel in seat number 8 with 6,150,000. And in seat number 9, Fabian Gums from Germany, 4.4 million. Now this event started with 732 entries, and this is the final 9 players. Players are guaranteed at least 11,667. The first place today will take home $125,902 US dollars, which includes that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. 95 players were in the money. They also receive 800 Player of the Year points and the fabulous Prime Trophy. And we're about to get underway. The button's going to start in seat number 1. These players played late this morning until about 2:30, and they are back today. Final 9 again. 2 o'clock local time. We are on a 30-minute delay, and that's what you're seeing here first. The opening blinds are 50 and 100,000. With a 100,000 big blind ante. And we'll see the cards being sent around the table, and we are about ready to get underway. And here we have Mayor right underway with the Ace King of Diamonds. Ace King of Diamonds for Mayor. And he's going to raise it to 200,000. Fabian with Ace 4 of Clubs. Very familiar with Fabian. He did make the final table at Seminole Hard Rock, an event that's coming up next week. Actually, I'm flying there in a couple days myself for the championship event with a 3 million guarantee. So excited about that, and he does raise it. He makes it 500,000. Those pink chips are 100Ks. Those green chips are 25K chips. Actions did get folded back to Mayor. With that Ace King. All right, so Tony Dunst is not quite yet in here, and he is our poker professional. He is in Pacific time in Las Vegas. Oh my goodness. He moved all in, and that'll get a fold out of Fabian. And Zahari wins the first pot here at our final table. It's been a great week here in Slovakia. We had 3 different starting days. And again, we did draw 732 entries, which is up 180 over last year. This is a great market for poker. The Card Casino Slovakia is in a great location and is moving to an even better one. I went and checked out the new property tomorrow. They're going to have a different casino that they're building, and it's just a few months from being completed. It's going to be amazing. I've seen some of the renderings of it, so if you get a chance, come out to Card Casino Bratislava. Tataru folds the Ace 5, and now Dennis in seat number 7 with 10-9 suited, 10-9 of clubs. So most of the analysis is going to come in a little bit when Tony joins. As for now, I'm going to give you the action and give you my opinion, my amateur opinion on some of these hands. And Dennis does fold that 10-9. Ooh, Queen Jack of clubs right behind from Mayor, who won our first pot here at the final table. He is going to raise to 200,000. Fabian lays down the 9-4. Bece with Queen 6 of spades. chips in the cutoff position. Bece makes the fold. And Adamczewski does fold. Mishuk also lays it down. And here we have Chibichek. Josef does fold. He is our only player at the final table from Slovakia. And we'll move on to the next hand. Hand 3 here at the final table. Like I said, we got in early, one day early. Enjoyed some of the local food and culture with one of their TDs, Patrick Paulus, who has been a great representative for this casino as well. We had an excellent lunch, late lunch, the first day, and one of the local favorite restaurants, and then came and played a lot of poker. There was a lot of events here in a very short time, the WPT Prime being one of them. And ace-king for Tataru, ace-king of spades. He's put a chip on his cards. He means he's going to play, and he does raise it to 200,000. Fold. Mayor with queen 9 of diamonds. Can't win every pot if you don't win the first 3. And he does lay it down. So he folds. Fabian with 10-4 of spades, lets it go. Bece with king 8. These players do have an action clock in play today. They have 30 seconds pre-flop and 30 seconds post-flop to decide on what they're going to do with their hand. So they also have those time extension chips, which you'll see in front of the players. That tells those players that they have an additional 30 seconds. And they do not need to put those chips into the pot to get that time extension. They can just leave them there, and then if they go under the 30 seconds, then they will take it away. Now, if you run out of those time chips, what's going to happen is if you are facing a bet, it'll be a fold, and if you're facing no action, it's going to be a check. All right, here's Matrai, who does make the call with 10-9. We are going to see our first flop here at the final table. And the cards come out. A 9, a 7 of spades, a 6 of spades, and a 6 of clubs. Now, a flush draw for Tataru in addition to his overcards, a gut shot straight draw for Matrai. And Tataru is going to continue here. He bets 125,000. And the call is made by Matrai. Turn card is a 4. Ace-king still in the lead. Matrai does make the check here. And a check behind. River card is a queen, the queen of spades. So Tataru has made the nut flush here. And the only way he can get bet out of this pot, I don't think there's any way that'll happen. But let's see if Matrai gives it a try here. He does make the bet here. Bet 650. He's not going to like what's going to happen now, because Tataru is not going anywhere with that nut flush. He made it 1.6 million, gets a quick fold, and Tataru wins this one with a nut flush. As Matrai gave it a try to bluff that pot and did not work out. We are using our new payouts here. As I said, 11,667 to ninth place. First place is 125,902, which includes that $10,400 WPT World Championship seat. And as I said, I am solo in the booth right now, but Tony Dunst will be joining in just a little bit. Always wait for his excellent analysis, as he's probably just hearing the alarm go off in Las Vegas right now. And then I'm sure he'll be joining us very shortly. All right, Bece with 10-8 offsuit. He's from Switzerland. A very international field here. 38 countries represented in this event for a total of 732 entries. A lot of Hungarian players as well, one of them at the final table. We had a lot of qualifiers here. Large turnout from Hungary. And a fold there. Chibichek with deuces. Our only Slovakian player here at the final table. He does lay it down. Matrai with jack 6 off in the small blind. Matrai makes it 300,000 with that jack 6. And Tataru with jack 7 of clubs. He decides to make the call, not knowing how much of a dominating position he is in as we go to the flop here. And the flop is a jack, 1 club, and the 10 of hearts. Likely split pot here, as we see 54% for Tataru to win this pot. But the lead out here is from Matrai. He bets 125. Tataru makes the call. An 8 on the turn. An 8 on the turn, and Matrai does check it. And now Tataru with position in this pot. In the same pair. He bets 275. And the call's made. Go to the river, it's a 6. So 2 pair from a try in this pot now. 2 pair, and he has caught the river card here. Let's see how he decides to play this. Does make a fairly sizable bet here. That's 750. Again, the action clock is counting down here. Tataru does fold. A try with that river card, wins the pot. Again, about 2:45 local time here. And he's see our live updates team giving you the reporting. You can go to WPT.com, check that out. A lot of upcoming events here on the World Poker Tour. Again, we're going to Seminole Hard Rock right after this. I'll be jumping on a plane in 2 days to go to Seminole Hard Rock. Gold Coast is also going on in Australia. We have Choctaw the 17th through the 26th of May. And then we're going back to Montreal for WPT Montreal for 2 televised events, a WPT Prime, a WPT 500, and a main tour. A lot of people have been looking forward to that Canada event, as am I. I'll be out there for 10 days myself. So if you have a chance to join the World Poker Tour, we're doing a lot of great things, and we'd love to see you out there on the World Poker Tour. Chesky with ace-10. He's moving all in. He started the day as a short stack. He does move all in for 875. Misshook with 10 deuce off suit. He'll let the Doyle Brunson hand go. Chibichek folds queen jack. Matrai with 9-4. Lets it go. And Tataru also lets the 6-5 go. And Lucas Adamczewski from Poland will win this pot as he tries to get out of the cellar in chip stacks, and he does. As Emil Bece started with 950. See our videographer Alessio in the background taking the video from the final table here. Now 9 players came back. Again, we started with 732. They're all after that first place prize of $125,902, which includes that WPT championship seat, which will be in December again at Las Vegas. Those dates also announced, starting in December 3rd and going all the way, I think, until December 22nd. So make sure you check it out. WPT.com for more information for our World Poker Tour events that are coming up all over the world. All right, Adamczewski folds the 9-8. Mishuk with ace-8 offsuit. He folds. Chibichek with king, queen, offsuit. What do you guys think of Chibichek's attire here at the final table? Always a hot topic. The wearing of masks at the final table, or in this case just a gaiter. I don't think it is even considered a mask, but give me your opinion. What do you think? I will chat with you live on YouTube. Getting folds around the table here. Back to Mayor. He does let it go. And Chibichek will win the pot with that king-queen. Again, happy to chat with you on our YouTube channel. That's what I'll be watching now. We are on a 30-minute delay. Need to have a delay, you know, so you can't have anybody translating information to these players as they play live. Again, all of these players are cleared of communication devices as they sit here at the final table. Bece folds a 9-5. Now Adamczewski with Jack-8 of spades. This is a live stream, Nate, on a 30-minute delay. Nate's asking if there's tickets available for the win. That's a good question. I don't know what event you're talking about.
10 seconds.
Brusco, I see you, is there as well. And Mishuk here with Jack-10 of clubs. He's going to make the raise to 200,000. Chibichek now with King-3 off. He folds. Matrai lets the king 4 go. He fold. Now Dennis lets the ace 7 go. Mayor also folds. And Fabian with the ace 3 of offsuit here. Ace of spades, 3 of hearts. He's in the small blind. Lets that go. And now Bece is out of the pot, so Chibichek wins this pot as well. Hello, Lewis. How are you doing? Good to hear from you as well. Again, I am looking at the comments here on YouTube. Hello, Brandon. How are you doing? So yeah, we're talking about the outfit of our only local player, Chibichek from Slovakia. He's the one with the sunglasses and the gaiter or mask, what you would say. Always a hot topic. Kiwi Colin, I see you out there. I believe so, Henry. I would imagine that'll be the case. I am here by myself just for a short time. Tony Dunst will be joining shortly. That's the commentary you want to hear. Oh, we got Kings versus Jacks here. And Michuk and Zahari, both players from Israel in this pot. Kings versus Jacks. Michuk's raised to 200,000. And a re-raise to 550 with those kings. The Zahari raises with kings. Bece with queen 3 will get out of the way, and we're going to see if we have a confrontation here. Michuk with the jacks. My least favorite hand. 2 jacks. We're going to see what happens here. I would love to ask Tony. Tony, wake up. What do you think Tony would suggest here? He's moved all in for 2.7 million. And call. These players know each other very well. Jacks versus Kings. We have our first all-in confrontation. Michuk is all in for 2.7 million. He's the shorter stacked player, and he could be our 9th place finisher. Didn't even get the comments in. Michuk said he likes flirting with the dealers and the waitresses when he's not busy. He may not be busy soon here, as he is looking down the barrel of these 2 kings from his good friend. I think it's also his travel companion. There are no friends in poker, everybody. And here comes that flop. 10-6-4 on the flop. Michuk in bad shape here, needing one of the 2 remaining jacks, or he could be our 9th place finisher, taking home 11,667. It's a 3 on the turn. 1 card to come and 2 outs for Alexei Michuk, and we'll see what happens. It's a deuce. We have our first elimination. Alexei takes home 11,667. Not bad for a week of work, but not what he'd hoped for when the day started. And he is our first player eliminated. These guys are friends and travel companions, but you see, they played it straight. And we have our first elimination. There are no friends in poker, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be a long, long ride back to the airport there as they go together and say, well, I bet he'd be on his rail now, hoping that he takes his chips to the title of the WPT Prime Slovakia from Card Casino Bratislava. I have to say, the food here is amazing. Way better than I expected. The first night we had a great dinner. They have a great buffet here every day at Card Casino, and anybody that plays in a tournament here gets access to that buffet, and they do a great job. Lasso, Chervany, and his team on the floor here. Provided a lot of different events for people to play in. The opening event was a 250,000 guaranteed event, just for a 200 euro buy-in. Dennis now with Queen 9. Very odd that the two friends got in this early confrontation, and Jacks versus Kings sent Alexei Mishuk to the rail. And as I said, he'll be railing his friend. Fabian comes here with Queen 9. Fabian I know quite well. I've seen him on the circuit for at least 5 to 10 years. He's from Germany, living in Austria now, but he is a pro. And he had a $350,000 score in the U.S. at the Seminole Hard Rock, a place that I'll be heading to next. And he does, from the dealer button, make it $200,000. Bece folds, and Adam Chevsky is in the big blind with 10-4. He does fold. Fabian gets his first pot here at the final table. Fabian, very great player, big supporter of the World Poker Tour. He, got involved in a decision that happened yesterday, and we have a rule on the WPT that you cannot throw out all of your time chips unless you intend to use them. We had a player that did that. A little bit of confusion from the dealer, said that that was okay to do, and so we made a ruling. And TDA rule number 1 is, in interest of fairness, we did give the player his time chips back, but we did tell him that if you throw your time chips out into the pot, they will be all in. The Poker TDA Summit is coming up June 29th and 30th. And again, you can always reach out to me at Savage Poker on X or on Facebook or Instagram at The Savage Poker, and I will answer your poker questions on tournament rulings. I am the chairman of the TDA, and again, our summit, which happens every other year, will happen again June 29th and 30th. So if you have any rules, questions, or comments, or things you'd like to see changed, please reach out to me and let me know. All right, Ace Jack here for Zahari. He raises to 200,000. Ace 4 is now in the muck. Bece folds, and Adam Chesky folds his 5 deuce of hearts. Chibichek with 6-3 in the big blind, 6-3 offsuit. He also lets that go. So Mayor is going to win this pot. Mayor over 10 million in chips now. He has taken the chip lead. Excellent dealers here. A round of applause for our first dealer here at the final table. Never like to call them just dealer. I like to know their names. So these guys aren't wearing name tags. Didn't catch their names, but again, excellent dealers here. Some people I've taken their numbers. I want to look forward to having them at future events on the World Poker Tour. We're always looking for great dealers, and they have some great ones here. Again, we are on a 30-minute delay. This is WPT Prime Slovakia from Card Casino Bratislava. Part of our Prime tour. I'm coming up to going to San Remo as well. So if you're in the area in early June, check our schedule out at WPT.com, because that event is amazing. If you've not been to San Remo, Italy before, it's a beautiful place, lovely restaurants. The weather will be amazing. And I look forward to meeting you and hanging out with you at WPT Prime with our partners at Texas Poker. So if you get a chance, make sure you check out the schedule. WPT is doing great things. And Zahari raises here with Ace 5 to 200,000. Now to Fabian. He lets the King 10 go. Over to Bece, who has Jack 7 off. Bece, I believe, is our short stack now. He does fold. Chesky with 7-6 offsuit. He folds as well. Chibichek, 9-6 of hearts. Lets it go. And Matrai now with 8s. He's got 6.7 million and 8s in the big blind. We're going to see at least a call here. Maybe a 3-bet, but it is just a call with those 8s. So Matrai with a pair of 8s up against Zahari with ace-5. Zahari just under 10 million behind here. He is our chip leader. And the flop is 4, 4, and a 7. Eats the overpair here, 82%. And it goes check from Matrai. Zahari in position here. Morning, Gary. All right, a bet of 125 from Mayor Zahari. And the call from Matrai with those 2 8s. A 3 on the turn. So now Zahari has the straight draw. He'd make a straight with a deuce or a 6. Call that the double belly buster. He did check, did Matrai. Now Zahari. With that ace-5. Will he continue to tell the story here? He will. Makes a bigger bet this time. He makes it 475. Matrai with the best hand here. 2 8s. An overpair. He makes the call. Pot now 1.8 million, a jack of spades on the river. So there are 3 spades on the board, a possible straight draw as well. But Matrai is in the lead with those 2 8s, and he does check it. I imagine Zahari will just check this behind, but we will see. And again, I need Tony Dunst, who's coming in very shortly. He'll give you the analysis that you need. Let's see if Zahari continues to make a bluff at this pot. He's going to use one of those time extension chips. Again, these players do have these time extension chips. If they hadn't used one at this point, they have received a total of 16. They do accumulate now on the World Poker Tour. He has 30 seconds to act on his hand, and those time extension chips also worth 30 seconds. He's going to reach for chips here. Going to make a bet. Let's see how big it is. It is big. Matrai were to call here, he would be back in the chip lead, I believe, and that bet is 1.1 million. Matrai with the 8s and the best hand. Easy for me to say. I can see his cards. I'm going to try again. Looks like he's taking over 30 seconds as well. These players do not have to throw those time extension chips out if they have them in front of them. The dealer will just simply ask for them after the hand. He did make the call, and Zahari gets the bad news as Matrai wins this pot. And again, he jumps back into the chip lead. Zahari eliminated his good friend and travel mate, Alexei Mishuk with kings over the jacks. As Mishuk shoved with jacks, and Zahari made the quick call with the kings. Hello, Tim. How you doing down in Australia? Good to hear from you, my friend. Adriano, how are you doing? That was a good call, Nate. I agree. Scary board, though. 3 spades, flush draw, a straight draw, and that overcard jack, or any overpair to the 8s. He would have lost that hand, but he did make a good call. And Fabian guns here with ace, queen of diamonds. We'll see how he plays it here. We know that Fabian's going to play this pot. He's going to open it up for raise to 200,000. And now Bece with 7-4. Bece is always patient, not wanting to give away any information with a timing tell here, but he has done this quite often. Takes a fair amount of time to make the fold there with the 7-4, and Adam Chesky with king-4 offsuit. We are on a 30-minute delay. Chibichek with ace-7 suited. He decides to fold that. And now Matrai with the king deuce in the small blind. Blind's still 1,500,000. These players are playing hour-long levels. When they get heads up, they'll go down to 30 minutes. They played fairly late last night, so not as deep as this final table could have been. 3 hours they played at 10 players to get down to this final table of 9. We see a call here from Tataru with the queen jack. And we'll go to the flop. And the flop is a good one. King, queen, 10. King, queen, 10. Fabian has the ace, queen. So he has that straight draw. And we have an open end straight for Tataru with the queen jack. Both players have flopped middle pair. And Fabian's going to make a bet here of 150. I'll get right back to you, Adriano. We got a pot here. But yes, we can go to Portugal. Matter of fact, I'm working with Sergio Cunha. He's our tour management. He's from Portugal. Everybody wants to go to Portugal. The food's so good. A lot of golf courses. It'd be a great location. So yes, we're looking to go back to Portugal at some point. A 3 of hearts on the turn. John Miner, Tony Dunst will be along shortly. He's in the United States, so I think it's right around 7 a.m. in the morning, 6:09 to be exact, I believe. But he will be here very shortly. Tony Dunst, one of our lead commentators, and excellent analysis, unlike myself. I'm just here calling the action for you until he arrives. And Tataru has to call 275, which Fabian bet on that turn card of the 3 of hearts. Again, he does have that open end straight draw. If he were to catch an ace, that would give Gums 2 pair. But he also has the 9, which can make a straight. So he does make the call with that middle pair. We'll go to the last card, and it is a deuce. And so Fabian's going to win this pot if he plays it correctly. Ooh. It went to check from Tataru. And I think a check behind as well from Gums. So he will take this pot. Nice little pot there for Fabian. I said this before, but Fabian's been on the World Poker Tour, has played a lot of events, had a lot of success. He did finish second at the Seminole Hard Rock for $353,000. It's a nice little score. First place today is $125,902, which does include that $10,400 World Championship seat at Wynn Las Vegas. And guys, if you haven't been to Wynn Las Vegas for our World Championship Festival, you are truly missing out. Ryan Beauregard and his team do a fantastic job. And like I said, a lot of big things on the World Poker Tour as of late. We just got off the WPT Voyage, which was out of this world. If you missed it on social media, you don't have social media because there was pictures, a lot of music, a lot of fun that we had on that voyage. So if you missed it last year, we're hoping to do it again. We're just doing all the final numbers and tallies of different things to decide. But yeah, I can't imagine it not happening again. So yeah, we would love to have poker in Portugal. It's a great country. I agree with you. 4-3 from Adam Chesky. He does fold. Chibichek with 9 deuce. He will let it go in Matrai with pocket aces. Matrai raises to 200,000. Now you're always wondering what's going to happen behind here. Dennis with 5-4 of diamonds. Just the kind of hand that can crack aces. Let's see what Dennis does. He hasn't been too involved here. He is in the big blind, however. So it's just 100,000 more to call. Just to see a flop. Not knowing that he's facing the weapons of mass destruction. And he does make the fold there. A good disciplined fold from Dennis from Germany. I know I'm calling with 5-4 diamonds there. Again, Tony will be giving you the real analysis coming up shortly. I am not by any means a professional poker player. Even though I've been in the industry for 30 years, I don't get a chance to play as much as I'd like to. I did, however, not to brag, win a tournament last week on the WPT Voyage, the Omaha 8 or Better tournament. I took it down. It was a lot of fun. All right, Fabian does fold here. Bece needs to make a move at some point. Will it be with this hand? No, it will not. And Chesky here. Not seeing the graphics here, but that's okay. We could play a blind. These players do have, the cards do have RFID. Radio frequency ID cards. That's how we get the read. Adam Chesky is going to move all in. Don't know what he has, but he is all in, that's for sure. Chibichek makes the fold. Matrai also folds. Action's now on Tataru. He's asked for the count. Now the dealers are to count these chips and then he makes the fold. And it gets folded around. And Adam Chesky will win this pot.
It depends. You can double up without showdown. Couple of more deep. I'm looking at call. Always when I'm going away.
Down to 8 players. First player was eliminated a little while ago if you're just tuning in. Alexei Mishuk from Israel was our first player eliminated. He did take home 11,667 for his week's work. This was an 1,100 euro buy-in, which translates his win into $11,667. You can follow the action here on Pluto TV, also on WPT.com for our live updates. 38 countries represented in this event. Always love to see that. 800 Player of the Year points awarded for this win. 95 players were in the money, 702,000 in the prize pool. as 732 entries happened in this event. And first place again, $125,902, which includes that championship seat to win Las Vegas. Yes, definitely having an issue with the RFID here. I'm sure they'll be in to fix this shortly. But in the meantime, happy to have you here on the WPT live stream from Card Casino Bratislava, WPT Slovakia. A time chip has been thrown out. That gives him an additional 30 seconds. Getting some folds here. Tataru from Romania is pondering a decision. The all-in from Adamchevsky. I think it was, he said 1.5, but we have a call here. Got a fold from Dennis. And a fold here. Adamchevsky is all in. He shows Queen, Jack, Tataru. Oh, it's 2 jacks versus Ace Queen. Ace Queen versus 2 jacks. Jacks for Adamchevsky. He's the all-in player for 1.1 million. We're going to go to the flop. Tataru with those overcards. Adamchevsky at risk here. 8th place is $14,800 US. And here comes that flop. Flop is 975. I never win with jacks, but Adamchevsky in the lead with those jacks here. With 2 cards to come, Tataru looking to take him out here with the Ace Queen. Turn card coming up. Oh, it's a queen. Adamchevsky now needs one of the 2 remaining jacks, or he will be our 8th place finisher. As I told you, I can never win with jacks. The river card is a 10, and that's going to do it. We're going to lose Adamchevsky. He is going to be our 8th place finisher, taking home $14,800. A great week for Lucas. But both of our players so far have been eliminated with jacks. As I told you, jacks are tough.
All right, guys, let me get the clock paused. We have to reset the table.
All right, we're taking a short break here so we can get those RFIDs fixed. When we come back, Matrai will be your chip leader. 90 big blinds is just a short break. Don't go away. Matt Savage here from Card Casino Bratislava.
The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history.
We are back. Hello, everybody. Matt Savage here. I'm riding solo until Tony Dunst gets in. Tony's going to come in with all the analysis. But we are down to the final 7 players, 17,700 euros for the next player to be eliminated. That's 19,121 US dollars if you're watching at home in the United States. Welcome. I know it is morning, and it is early morning back in Las Vegas, where Tony Dunst is and will be joining very shortly. Get up, Tony. Drink your coffee.
Moving away.
We need to see you. Let's give him a big welcome when he comes in, because, like I said, I am giving you just the facts as we come in, and we've already had 2 eliminations. Lucas Adam Chesky just eliminated before that short break with jacks. And in 9th place, Alexei Mishuk from Israel was eliminated with, you'll never guess, 2 jacks.
I see him running.
I wish Tony was here to see it. I complain about jacks all the time. Ian Barron, how you doing?
Hi guys, we're back.
Happy
5100
51st
bucks.
birthday today. If you're watching on YouTube, I have the chat box open. Please ask me anything you want. As I said, happy to answer any questions. More for the rulings, because I do give the rulings. I make a lot of the rules with the TDA, and we do have a TDA summit coming up. Chibichek did fold queen, 5 of diamonds. Not sure that Tony would love all these folds. I'm going to be interested to hear how he talks about it, and that might be why we spent 3 hours last night going from 10 to 9. Seemed to be some tight play going on today. Ace deuce into the muck. Zahari with 10-4 of clubs. Let's see, as soon as I say some tight play going on, let's see if Zahari will make a move here with the 10-4 of clubs. He's on the button. He does lay it down. Now the actions of Fabian Gums with Jack 7 of diamonds. I'd expect him to put chips into the pot here out of the small blind, playing against a short stack. Might just be an all-in shove here. We'll see. And I made the right call. Tony would be so proud of me. He did move all in, and Bece with 10-5 is going to have to let it go. And as you see the frustration as his short stack gets even shorter. Tony, where are you at? I made the right call. I know, it was not that big of a deal. But in retrospect, maybe I'm learning something about No Limit Hold'em. Hello, Ian. It is a 30-minute delayed broadcast, Toxic, so I am seeing what you're saying, and I am replying to you in real time. Kiwi calling. 1:30 a.m. Tuesday morning. Where are you at? Let me know. Thanks, Gloop. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me know where you're watching from on YouTube, in the chat. I am talking to all of you. I'll give you guys a shout out. Where in the world are you watching from? It is beautiful weather here in Slovakia, around 75 degrees. I think you guys in Europe would say 17 degrees Celsius. But it is a beautiful day. I've got the window open. The breeze is coming through the room. And I am in a padded booth, not far off from the padded cell that I usually live in at home. King 10 here for Zahari. He's got King 10. Bece now with the short stack and ace deuce suited. Is this the hand he's going to move all in with? We'll find out shortly. Norway. Kiwi calling is Wellington, New Zealand. How you doing? He makes the call with the ace deuce. I don't think Tony would like that. We'll just have to see when Tony shows up in the next few minutes here. Get that coffee into your system, Tony Dunst. Bece. We're still at 50 and 100,000. Blind's got to be going up soon here. And that flop is King, Queen, Jack, 1 diamond. So Zahari has flopped top pair and open in straight draw. Bece does make the check. It's down to 300K behind. I mean, he does make the all-in. Bece has that gut shot backdoor straight draw. And a tough decision on what to do with his final 300K in chips. He does let it go. And now he's down to 3 big blinds with that 300K stack. I don't know, Tony. You're going to have to tell me. Gary, how you doing? Olympia, Washington. Hey, George, how you doing? North Queensland. We have more than one Queensland. Argentina. Man, I love Iguazu. We did a WPT in Iguazu in Argentina. That was amazing. Florida, USA. Not having poker, but shouldn't be a rule about a scarf covering the entire face. I mean, taking away the purpose of the game. Basically reading each other. Yeah, we don't love it. I don't love it. You know, we live in a different world these days, and unfortunately, that type of thing is allowed. Not really sure what to do. I'm sure we're going to discuss it at the TDA Summit June 29th and 30th. As we always do, face coverings are always a topic, and always a topic in the game. And Tataru here now with aces. He's not covering his face. Can you see the excitement in his face with those aces? You love to see it as a player. He raises to 200,000. Blinds have not gone up yet. 10-4 goes into the muck. Fabian folds. Ace-Jack. This is the hand that Bece is going to go all in with. And there it goes. He's all in for 300,000. Chibichek with the King-Jack. He does fold. Matrai with King-8. I can tell you one thing. The man wearing the gator is not very aggressive, at least at this point. Man, I'd love to come to Germany. We were in Berlin a little while ago, teaching Bay, but you know how tough it is there. Certain things are going on at all times in Germany, and here we see the aces, and Bece gets that bad news. He does have ace-jack of hearts, so not drawing completely dead. 14% to win this pot and double up in a pot that he needs a big double up. And we'll see the flop. Bece could finish in 7th place here. It'll take him at least 19,121. Not bad when he started the day as the shortest stack, but he will. Look at that. What a flop. Royal flush draw flop. And he flops a straight. Unbelievable. Bece with a good fold last hand so far, it looks like. My chips would have already been all in. I would have been busted. But here comes a turn. It is a 10 on the turn. Now, Tataru has outs for the entire pot. He could make a straight. He could make a full house with an ace or a 10. One to come, and it is a queen of hearts. We have a royal flush. Nice. We have a royal flush for Bece. Very nice. We don't see those very often. I think I've seen maybe one on my final table while I'm in the commentary booth. Of course, many over my 30-year career beyond that. But wow, nice. Nice hand to double up with. A royal flush beating aces. If you're going to go down with aces, might as well go down with that. That was nice. Hello, yeah. Oh my God, a royal. That was pretty sweet. Pretty sweet, especially when you're the short stack like that. Not sure how that's going to play out, but hopefully soon we will see.
Might not be the best setup there. 3 big blinds stack.
He might be the best one. I don't know. I wouldn't know anyone else.
All right, the royal flush there. Zahari folds his queen deuce gums now with 5-4, stepping out into the wild with that and raising to 200,000. A fold, Chibichek with ace-3. Two sevens from a try. That was a nice royal flush here. Oh, we got a 3-bet here to 700,000 from a try. Tataru with 6-3 off. He lets it go. Gums is going to do the same. And we're going to be on to the next pot here. Fabian's not doing anything special with this 5-4. I can't imagine. I believe Fabian's the most accomplished player here at this final table, with millions in earnings over his career. That is right, Alan. And Aileen, I have seen him play very patient here. Oh, we're going to get a call with the 5-4 clubs. Gums is telling a story here. He's got 7s, does Matrai. And we will go to the flop. And the flop is an ace of clubs, the 6 of hearts, and the 10 of diamonds. Matrai now 2 overcards to his 7s on this board. Will he continue here and try and tell his story? Matrai is going to put out a bet of 400,000. Fabian now behind in this pot with that 5-4. Maybe thinking better of calling with that 3-bet free with this 5-4 off, unless he's got a different plan here. Fabian does let it go. Matrai wins this pot, adds 900K to his stack. Welcome here. This is the final table of the WPT Prime Slovakia Card Casino Bratislava. I am Matt Savage, the Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour and the Chairman of the TDA. So I know the rules. I am not the strategist guy that's going to be joining us shortly. That'll be Tony Dunst from Las Vegas. He's promised that he will be in before 4 p.m. local time here, which is 21 minutes from now. We'll see if he keeps his word. Tony, where are you at? Bece now 6 deuce. He's from Switzerland. Bece, the only player that didn't fill out his player release form last night. Wah, wah, wah. So I have nothing to say about him. I do have stuff to say about the others, however. Chibichek with 10-9. Chibichek folds. Doesn't say anything about his gator there in his bio for Joseph. Okay, Matrai is calling with King 10. Matrai from Hungary. Started playing poker at 18 years old. His largest cast prior to this final table, 170,000. So he's got some experience winning some money here in these big tournaments. Dennis with Queen 5. Let's tell you a little bit about Dennis Gishigorin. He's from Germany, a financial accountant. He's been playing poker for 10 years, and he started playing poker with his friends. A financial accountant makes a good financial decision there by folding. And we'll go on to the next pot as Matrai wins that one. Zahari won his way in through a satellite. He had 1 buy-in in this event. And his favorite player is Nikita Bodovyatsky, who won. He won the one-drop event in December, the WPT one-drop event. His biggest cash for Mayor is 33,000, so he's looking to increase on that today. Bece with Jack 5. He's folding. Chibichek 9-6 offsuit. Definitely folding. I'm going to try with King Jack. He's our chip leader. Over 10 million in chips. Blinds have gone up to 75, 125. The 125 big blind ante. So he does race to 250 now. Tataru with ace-10 of spades. On the button. in position here. I'd expect him to at least call, but we'll see what he does. He lets it go. I'm 1 for 3, I think, so far today. That hand goes into the muck. Zahari now with 4 deuce offsuit in the big blind. We had a lot of Hungarian players here. They all qualified through different ways. WPT Global. A call with a 4 deuce from Zahari. Matrai now with King Jack up against the 4 deuce. And the flop is an ace. So Tataru would have flopped top pair. And Zahari does flop bottom pair with a 4 deuce. He checks. The action to Matrai. Matrai also with a jack of hearts in his hand. Thanks for stopping in, Tara. Yeah, I thought he should have called there with the ace-10 suited again. We'll see. Man, I'd love to ask Tony about that. But he has not gotten in yet. Zahari makes the call. Turn card is a 5 now. In addition to his pair of deuces, he also has a straight draw. Matrai will try to win this pot with king high. Matrai will try with king high. But we'll see what he does. He does check. And the river card is a queen. Ace, queen, 7, 5 deuce on the board. Zahari's deuces are in the lead. Zahari under the gun here. First to act after that river card. Hang in there, Kiwi. What's going on, Donna? How are you? Donna Morton has joined the chat. The Dark Angel from England. Home of one of the best desserts in the world. All right, a bet from a try. And as you can see, Zahari has the best hand, but only a bluff catcher here with those pair of deuces. Can he continue with this hand and call that bet of 300K? It'd be a good call. As you'd see, he's got the check mark next to his name. Mayor Zahari and Matrai have played some big pots already here. So let's see if he's got that bluff catcher call. He does make the call, and he wins the pot. Mayor Zahari wins the pot with those deuces. Way to go. Good morning, Tara. From the Netherlands. How you doing, Kuzmar? Let's go. Tell a friend. Get some more people watching this stream. We're almost at 1,000 viewers here just on the YouTube side. We're also streaming on Pluto TV, one of the sponsors for the World Poker Tour. And we are also streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and on Facebook. So make sure you tune in. If you're not watching here, watch somewhere. And just wait. Just wait for the exciting analysis of Tony Dunst hopping on the stream in mere minutes. Or so he promised. We're supposed to have Lasso Severny in here, Cheverny, but he has a bad voice, probably from the other night when we went out till past 5 a.m. I saw the sun come up here one night. We went to the nightclub here in town, and the nightclub is called The Club. Chibichek here with King Queen. We stayed up all night dancing and having a good time. We went out with the staff on day 2 of this main event. A lot of work, but a lot of fun here in Slovakia. My wife Marianne went out to the UFO restaurant. yesterday. They call it the UFO. It oversees a bridge here. If you get a chance, Google it. Slovakia, Bratislava UFO. It's a restaurant, not unlike the Stratosphere, maybe a little shorter. Matrai gets rid of those sixes. Chibichek with King Queen. Gets a fold from Tataru. Fold from the button Dennis. Zahari with Queen 5. He lets it go, and now to Fabian in the big blind, who has 10-9 suited. I love these hands better than I love jacks, and I know it's a far worse hand, but as you may have missed, the first two players at this final table went out with jacks. Yes, Donna, I am too old to be going out till 5. I actually went to bed around 6 that morning, doing some follow-up work in the morning. And he does make the call with the 10-9 suited, but oh, he moved all in. I'm sorry. He moved all in. And a quick fold with King Queen over there. Fabian reading the situation correctly here, moving all in, and wins that pot. Maybe he's picked up on what I've picked up on, in the fact that Chibichek has not shown much resistance today. Again, laddering in these tournaments is substantial. The next prize for the next player eliminated is $19,121. But up top is $125,902. Chibichek folds. Matrai folds 10-5. Tataru with 6-3. Queens for Dennis. Now, Dennis has not been too involved himself. Dennis from Germany, the financial guy. This might be a shove right here himself. We will see. He's only got 800,000 in his stack, and the blinds are 75-125. So, as you know, do quick math here. About 6 big blinds. I believe this is a all-in shove. He does use one of his time extensions. I hear it. It just went off. He's shuffling those time extension chips. Oh my goodness. He does raise it. Did not go all in. He raised to 675. Fold from Zahari, a fold from Gums. Now the action is to big blind. Emil Bece. Emil with the 9-8 of hearts. He's got 600,000 left. Took a pill in a Bece. And he lets it go. Dennis is going to win this pot. Dennis gets involved here. Didn't move all in. Again, another thing that I'd like to talk to Tony about. Some kind of new fangled strategy out there that says don't move all in and leave a little bit of your chips behind. What's the reason for it, Tony? I'm going to write that one down. Like I said, Tony Dunst, our fabulous commentator on the World Poker Tour who joins Vince Van Patten on our TV shows. He'll be along soon. Good group of people in our chat here. Again, I am answering questions and watching that chat. Best of luck to you, Colleen. Hope you get feeling better here. Zahari with the ace-8 of clubs raises to 250. Fabian now on the button with 7-6 of hearts. Fabian's shown some resistance here in these hands, but I'm not sure he will this time. He does not. He folds at 7-6. Bece with Jack-5. He folds out of the small blind. Chibichek with King-9, who has shown very little resistance at all in any of these spots. But he's in the big blind. He's in for half, and it's king 9. And he does look like he's going to make the call. And he does. He's not to be pushed around here, this Chibichek. Our only Slovakian player here at the final table. The flop is a king, a queen, and a deuce. So as you see, Chibichek has outflopped him, and he does check the flop. Zahari going to continue here, and he does. He makes it 175. Chibichek has top pair, 9 kicker. He makes the call of 175. Turn card is a 10. 10 of spades. And now Chibichek with the gut shot straight draw, as Zahari has the same gut shot straight draw. If Jack were to fall, both players would make a straight. However, Zahari would have the ace high straight. I don't know what's going to get to that spot because Chibichek is now first to act. And he is betting. That's 225. Zahari with just the ace high. He lets it go. Chibichek takes this one down. Let's see. Let's talk about Mr. Chibichek. Chibichek from Slovakia. Our only player here at the final table from Slovakia. He's been a pro gambler, pro poker player for 6 years. He got in through a satellite for just 150 euros. I love to see that. He's been playing some high stakes cash games on TV tables. His largest cash is 19,000, so he's already surpassed that today. His biggest accomplishment is building everything that he has in poker from just a free roll. And he lists his style as aggressive. I'm going to call on that one. But he says he's an aggressive player. When he's not playing poker, he likes to play chess, hang out with his girlfriend, and play StarCraft 2. I like it. I like it. Seems like a nice young man, even though he's wearing that gaiter. And you know how we all feel about that. But here we go. Dennis with the King Jack. He's got 125 to call if he were to do it. He makes the fold with the King Jack. Zahari with 7-5 folds. Fabian with ace-7 of clubs. He's in the cutoff. Does he think he can get one through here? He's got that short stacked Bece. So he makes it 300,000. Bece does fold. Chibichek with 10-4 will also get out of the way. And so we'll only have a decision here from Matrai. Let's see what Matrai tries to do here with the Queen 6. He does let it go. Fabian wins this pot. Again, I'm Matt Savage here. This is the WPT Prime Slovakia final table from Card Casino Bratislava. 732 entries started this event for a prize pool of over 700,000. And we are down to the final 7 players. These players earning at least 19,121 at this spot. The first place is $125,902, which includes that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Fabian now with ace 5. The GTO hand, they say. I don't know what that means, but Tony Dunst will. He'll be along shortly. And Fabian knows that as well, and he does make it 250. Now to Bece with 9-8 offsuit. Bece started as one of the short stacks. He's already moved up 2 spots from that. Chibichek now with Jack 7 on the button. Okay, Donna, we'll talk soon. All right, Kiwi Colin's gonna go grab some juice. There's a fold there. Matrai is out, and now Tataru with Queen 7 in the big blind. It is suited, as they say. And he does make the call. Queen 7 versus ace 5. We'll go to that flop. The flop is a 5, a 10, and a 7. Both players flopping a pair. There are also 2 diamonds. Quite a flop here for Tataru, who has that flush draw along with middle pair. And Gums facing a check, and it went check from Tataru, who may be lying in the weeds here as Gums is looking to reach for chips and does. And bets a total of 275. Now is a raise coming here from Tataru. I know I would raise. Probably be wrong, but I would raise here. Gums kind of in rough shape here with a bottom pair and 2 of his outs being gone with a diamond. He does just make the call. We'll go to the turn. It's an ace of diamonds. Uh-oh. Trouble now for Gums as he's made 2 pair on the turn. And Tataru with the Queen 7 of diamonds with the flush. That's a very bad card for Fabian Gums. But can he read his opponent for a flush? I don't see how at this point, especially with the 2 pair. But it went check. And Gums does make the bet. That's 425. Made the call. Not great here for Fabian Gums. He's got 2 pair, but he needs to make an ace or 5 on the river for a full house. It's a jack. Tataru's going to win this pot with a Queen 7, but how much is he going to win in this pot? Another check. What? Wow. Fabian with the quick check behind. Well done, Fabian. He got away with that one with just the minimum. What a great check behind for Fabian Gums. Ooh.
Why did you look so unhappy on the turn when we called? Big breath.
Fabian's asking why he looks so unhappy with that check behind. So Fabian might have had a read there.
I head out.
Now you gotta tell him.
I head out, my friend. Could have been all over. turn for you. Chin turn. You want a second?
All right, all in now for Bece with ace-7 off. As good a spot as any. He's all in for the 525. Tataru folds king 4. Dennis is going to look him up here with the queens. Bece all in for 525. He could be our 7th place finisher. We're going to see what happens. The flop is an ace. He's flopped an ace, so he's taking the lead here. Bece hanging on tough here with the top pair aces, beating the queens. Turn card is a 5. Dennis down 2 outs. Dennis is the short stack here. He'd be left with, I think, 400,000 behind, 475 behind. River card is a 7, so 2 pair for Bece. He doubles up one more time, and now Dennis is a short stack, down to 475. All right, so Dennis now down to 3 big blinds. Bece up to 10 with 1.3 million. Chibichek 19 big blinds. Fabian 28. Tataru 32. Zahari 68. And our chip leader is still Matrai. Andres Matrai from Hungary. One of our qualifiers. Won his way in. Threw a satellite as well. Chibichek with queen 6 off. He folds. Matrai with 9-5. He folds. Queen 5 for Tataru. Lets it go. And an all-in shove from Dennis with ace-6 off. Zahari with jack-10 of clubs. He's going to make the call. That is my favorite hand. As much as I dislike jacks, I love jack-10 suited. So we'll see what happens. Dennis, the all-in player now with ace-6. Dennis Gershigorin from Germany. The financial advisor is all in. He has the best hand. Well, he doesn't have the best hand. Ace-6 is not against jack-10. Flop is 1 club. A king 7-4. Dennis now with the ace high in the lead. Zahari with that jack-10 and 1 club. A queen now. That opens up a lot more outs there for Zahari, who has a straight draw up and down. And the river card is a 3. Ace high holds up, and Dennis doubles up. A double up for Dennis Gershigorin from Germany. This was just an 1,100 euro buy-in.
That's what I'm here for. 6th place on the golf. Blind out. I told you how to do it. Yeah, choose it, survive it. Ace, 7 always comes.
And we will go again. Bece now. Hates to see that. He was looking to ladder here for sure. He's got queen 6 under the gun. 1.3 million in chips. He does lay it down. All right, Chibichek gonna get involved here. He's got ace queen. I believe he's gonna get all in, or get not all in, get involved, I should say. And he does. And he bets, raises to 250. Playing 75, 125. Matrai folds the 9-3. Tataru with king deuce. He folds. Dennis is moving all in. He's got to have something big here. Tens it is. Zahari folds 8-3. Fabian with ace jack. He's asked for a count. Dennis is all in for 1.1 million. Fabian lets that ace jack go. Chibichek with ace queen. Makes the call. And so Dennis is all in with tens up against ace queen for Chibichek. And we'll go to the flop. The flop is 8-7 for Dennis, still in the lead. Looking to double up here. There's 2.5 million in the pot. This would leave Chibichek as the one of the short stacks if you were not to win this. Oh, it's an ace on the turn. And Chibichek has taken the lead in this pot. Dennis needs a red 10. Or he's going to be eliminated and be our 7th place finisher. It's a 7. We're going to lose Dennis Gershgoren from Germany. He has been eliminated. He's going to take home 19,121 for his week. And we are down to the final 6. $24,000 for the 6th place finisher. Bece back into the short stack here. And Fabian with 26 bigs. Matrai still our chip leader with 72 bigs. We're down to the final 6. Two 4s for Zahari here. There is a full. Bece with ace 7. He's down to 1 million in chips here. And he's going to make the all-in move. This might get through here. I'm not sure Zahari was going to call here with 4s, but we'll see. Zahari looking at the board, looking at the time, looking at the ICM implications here of making this call and potentially doubling up Bece, who's doubled up 3 times now here at the final table. He does make the call. 2 4s up against the ace 7. Does have 2 overcards. Always coming 7 is what I heard. That is a thing for another time. We'll see fours versus the ace-7. Bece looking to double up one more time. You can't hate the force, although he hates that window card. It's a 4, but there is a 6 and a 3 behind it. Now a 5 would be a straight. He needs one of the 4 5s here. He's up against a set. Can you imagine if he missed a 5 here? It's a 6 on the turn. That's going to do it. We have a full house for Zahari. Bece is our 7th place finisher. He played well at the final table here, though. Moving up the ladder just a couple times. Emil Bece eliminated. He takes home $24,000. We're down to the final 5.
Just collect them. What a flop, huh?
Then dead on the third.
You're doing a better job.
Yeah.
He doesn't work, we're just chilling. Sorry.
And we're down to the final 5 players. Next prize is $32,409. $32,409 for the next player eliminated.
I like it. I like the role of the underdog. However you guys want to do it. How are you?
All right, Tataru with King 8 up against Queen 6 for Chibichek. Chibichek does let it go.
We have to talk about your vacation next year. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more fancy.
Next vacation is gonna be not this year. Next vacation. Next year. Where is it gonna be? Next year.
I told him you have to reconsider. Like,
Down to the final
like Hawaii or
5 players. Yusuf Chibichek from Slovakia, Andres Matrai from Hungary, Yuan Tataru from Romania, Mayor Zahari from Israel, and Fabian from Germany. First place again is $125,902, which includes that $10,400 WPT championship seed. We started this event with 732 entries, and we are down to the final 5. Next up for me, I'm going to Seminole Hard Rock for the $3 million guaranteed $3,500 buy-in tournament. It starts in just a couple days. I'll be going to Austria tomorrow. Gold Coast is also going on in Australia. WPT, truly a global company. And Choctaw also coming up in May 17th through the 20th. Then we go to Montreal in late May. Montreal is going to be a massive event. The Canadians have been just dying for the WPT to come back, and we're excited that we are. 10-9 for Matrai, ace-jack for Tataru, ace-jack, and a queen. A straight has been flopped by Matrai. Tataru now with jack's middle pair, but Matrai has flopped a straight. Tataru stepped right into it and led. He's bet 175. Matrai thinking. 2 diamonds on this flop, neither player with a diamond in their hand. And Matrai does the old look back again. I always like to ask Tony what that means. And I think he just means in this spot, do I really have a big as hand as I think I have? And he does, and he bets 550. The raise amount is to 550. And the call is being made. Interesting. Pot is swelling at this point. A queen on the turn. Will that change what happens in this pot? As Tataru, if he's thinking his jack is good on the flop, that turn card not going to hurt him. Let's see what Matrai does now. Oof. He's betting 600,000. He's got that straight. Tataru can now make a full house if a jack or queen were to fall. But again, he did call that flop bet. He thought his hand was good on the flop. He's got to think it's good now. And he's making the call. Matrai looks over and goes, uh-oh. Does he have a queen? Does he have a full house? Here comes the river card. It's a deuce. It is a deuce of diamonds now. That could slow down some of the action, but we will see what happens here. And Matrai has made a bet of 750. Tataru now. He's made calls on the flop and on the turn. I can't imagine him laying it down here. Matrai's going to win a big pot here. What's up, Brad? I see you in the chat here. I've just gone back to the chat. We are on a 30-minute delay, but right now, Andras Matrai from Hungary is going to win a big pot here. And they see those time banks just bleeding out of Tataru's stack. Remember, these players received a total of 16 time banks for the entire tournament. He lets it go. He makes the fold there. Not sure exactly what he was thinking there. Again, I am not a professional poker player, as the player that is about to join us is Tony Dunst, a WPT champion and a commentator on the World Poker Tour, will be joining us shortly. Chibichek with 8-5. He folds. Matrai with the king-6. All right, Matrai, raise to 375. That'll get the pot here as Tataru folds his 4-3. Gums now folds 5 deuce. Chibichek with ace 4 of clubs. It's a raise to 250. Now Matrai with ace king of diamonds. Rebet coming. He's made it. 650. Tataru folds 8-3. Zahari with queen 10. Those will hit the muck. We'll be back to Chibichek, who has ace 4 of clubs. A self-proclaimed aggressive player. Let's see if Chibichek becomes aggressive here. All right, just got word from Tony. He is awake and on his way. Look at this. Chibichek all in for 3.5 million. Matrai behind with that ace king of diamonds. He's got plenty of chips to make this call, but it would be a decent percentage of his stack. Chibichek in bad shape if he were to make the call. And he does, and we'll go to that flop, and it's a 4. Right in the window. Chibichek has made a 4 on the flop, and he could double up in this pot. What could be a massive one. There is 7.2 million in this pot. It's a 5 on the turn. And now opens up more outs for Matrai. He could win with the king. He could win with the queen. He could win with a king, a queen, or an ace. And the river card is a 9. Chibichek has win this pot. He's going to double up. He'll be right up there near the chip lead, 7.2 million. Matrai now with 7.3 million. What a hand here. As we get the count, it's getting pushed over. Massive pot. So we've seen some bad beats here too. Tried taking one there. He had ace king up against ace 4. He had to love a Tataru now, the short stack with 20 big. Gums with 26. And Zahari, our chip leader, with 9 million and 71 big blind. Chibichek right behind Matrai. So anybody could win this one from here, that's for sure. Tony Dunst on the way. Getting that morning coffee. Sure he's putting a suit on. He'll be in very soon. The payouts are as follows. The next player that gets eliminated gets 32,409. Fourth place is 43,212. Third is 57,257. This is all in the US dollars. 77,783 for second. First place is 125,902, which includes that 10,400 WPT Championship seed. If you're watching on YouTube, Pluto TV, Twitch, or Facebook, welcome. Zahari has Queen 10 of Hearts. I am Matt Savage. And a raise to 375 out of the small blind with the Queen 10 from Zahari. Fabian in the big blind. Makes the call here with 10-5 of clubs. And we'll go to the flop. And the flop is 1 club, ace, queen, and 8. So Zahari's flopped middle pair. There is 1 club on the board. Comes with the backdoor club draw. But Zahari is first to act. And he bets 200,000. Players have a 30-second clock in play here. And the call has been made. Turn card is an 8 of spades. Fabian becomes a tricky player to play against. I heard from a couple players talking about Fabian. He seemed to be the one he worries about the most. But with that bet, I'm not sure how Fabian can continue in this pot. 325, and he can't. Zahari will win this pot. Zahari busted his very good friend and travel buddy on the very first elimination here at the final table. Kings versus Jacks. And that one sent Alexei Mishuk to the rail.
Hello, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, there he is. Tony Dunst. Welcome, Tony Dunst. This is Tony Dunst. He's calling in from Las Vegas. He is the commentator of the World Poker Tour and a WPT champion. Welcome aboard. How are you doing?
We're doing good this morning, Matt. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How's the weather at home?
Pleasant. It's that nice time of year where it's not too hot, not too cold, occasionally a little bit windy, but overall it's really good here in Las Vegas right now. I see things are moving quickly at this final table from 9 down to 5 already in just a couple hours of play.
Yeah, they played 10-handed for 3.5 hours last night, Tony. We finished it right around 3 a.m. So I knew that would speed things up again today, but and there's been some patient play today. Let's just say that. Self-proclaimed aggressive player in seat number 4, or now he's in seat number 2, is Yusuf Chibichek from Slovakia. The only player here from Slovakia. He just doubled up a couple hands ago with ace-4 all in against ace-king for Matrai, who is a chip leader for most of the day here. And now Mayor has moved into the chip lead in seat number 8. He is from Israel.
I appreciate the rundown there.
The first 2 players of the day got eliminated with my least favorite hand. Do you know what that is, Tony? We've talked about this before.
Is it ace jack?
No, jacks. Jacks, close.
Jacks. That was my second guess, I swear.
Yeah. So Mayor was a travel mate and good friends with the player Alexei Mishuk, who finished in 9th place. He busted his good friend with kings versus jacks. No friends in poker here, Tony.
Well, no friends in poker, but also no collusion if you're busting your friends out at the final table, so that's encouraging.
I had to be a little concerned when he moved all in with the jacks and the player with the kings behind did make the snap call, so that was good to see.
Oh, here we have a blind versus blind confrontation. Queen 10 limping in.
All right, Jack 9 deuce on the
blind.
Yeah. You see Fabian there with
the raising here.
Do you know Fabian? You have to have played with him at some point.
Not sure that I do, actually.
Oh, really? He finished second in Seminole Hard Rock for $355,000 a couple years ago. I think it was in 2019. Chibichek does have a pair of deuces. Fabian comes with that open-end straight draw and makes the straight on the turn. He also has a 10 of diamonds with a 3-diamond board. So Fabian has turned a straight here. Fabian's from Germany but lives in Austria. Fabian's come out to our World Championship. He plays at Seminole Hard Rock, as I said. So I've known him for a few years now. Nice guy. Loves the WPT. Talked about it at length yesterday. And so Fabian does make a bet here of 650. Chibichek hasn't been showing a lot of resistance, though. He did move all in with that ace-4 recently. That got him that key double up. Brought him up to 6.7 million.
Tough spot to continue for Chibichek with just the bottom pair and no redraw on a texture that connects with his opponent's limp calling range under ICM really well. I do think he will get away from the bottom pair.
Yeah, Chibichek
And he
hasn't
does
shown much
indeed fold.
resistance, as I've said, so it's. I was pretty sure that one was going into the muck. A very international
Usually a
field, Tony.
savvy
We had
strategy.
38 countries in this event, 732 entries, prize pool over 700,000, 95 players in the money, 800 Player of the Year points for the winner, and the Prime Trophy. So, a lot of things to play for, including $125,902, which includes that 10,400 WPT Championship seat at the Wynn Las Vegas.
Can't miss that one.
Have you fully recovered from the voyage?
Yeah, I fully recovered from the voyage. I've been feeling pretty good, getting some exercise
Excellent.
out here in Vegas.
Tony.
My conditioning is not what it was before the trip.
Tony had a tennis tournament on that ship, and it was a lot of fun. While I was running a golf tournament, a lot of activities going on during that voyage. It was a real good time.
Yeah, the reception for the voyage was so positive, like beyond what I think we could have even hoped for, Matt.
I would agree.
The amount of people that have messaged me since then, oh my God, I had so much fun. You know, I want to book for next year, or I want to. I had one guy message me and say, I know 100 people who want to come next year. How do I get an affiliate link or something? I was like, calm down. We're not there yet.
I know, it's been incredible. I've literally had people that want to book already. So it's just think that the videos and the social media that came out of that was just incredible. Zahari folds this King 8. Fabian with the Ace 5. All right, tell me why Ace 5 is such a good hand, Tony. I was asking this earlier. I have no idea.
Well, all of the ace-high hands play a little better under ICM than for chips, and so on the cutoff here with 25-ish blinds, we'll see players prioritize raising ace-high hands and start to fold some of the pairs or suited connectors that you might see them play earlier on in the tournament, because ICM poker is really this game of chicken where players raise and then shove on them or 3-bet light. And this is the kind of hand that might shove. Matrai here with the 5s in the small blind. Not exactly sure how many chips the big blind has behind him, and that will partially determine the action. But yeah, big fan of this apparent all-in or close to all-in from the 5s. Yeah, it is going to be a shove. Matrai putting a bunch of pressure back on Goons. You may need to help me with my pronunciation a little bit here,
Okay.
Matt, just in
Pretty
case
simple
I misstep.
on the names. We got Chibichek,
Chibichek,
Matrai, Tataru, and Zahari, and Fabian
Okay.
Gums.
Okay, cool. So pretty phonetic.
Yeah, only because I've spelled them out.
Right.
Only because I've spelled them out that way. But yeah, it was an interesting amount of names here, which is cool. I mean, we had 7 different countries represented here at the final table, which is also really cool. I'd love to see that.
Gums here with the 9-8 suited. We'll see if he wants to get involved. This is the kind of hand where when you have 20, 25 blinds, 5-handed on the hijack under ICM as a middling stack, you might actually consider folding, whereas early in a tournament, I don't think I would ever really fold this kind of hand at this stack depth, but it's very borderline for Gums here with the 9-8 suited, and around to Tataru in the small blind, whose ace-4 of diamonds doesn't feel good, but I do think plays best as an all-in. He opts to fold there and take the more prudent path, but I think his hand is just barely worth the all-in there.
Yeah, Kiwi Colleen wanted me to remind you that we did have a royal flush earlier today too. A royal flush cracked aces, which was a very interesting hand as well. That player
Did the aces make a set?
No, we did not. But that hand has since led to a double up of a short stack, and he's already been eliminated. That was Emil Bece, who finished in 6th place for 24,000. But he did have a little excitement with the royal flush.
Well, if your aces are going to go down, losing to a royal flush is a deserving hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
How was your golf outing, Matt? It certainly seemed popular.
Oh, it was so much fun.
75 people out there?
Yeah, we had 44. It was supposed to be limited to 40, but we ended up adding another foursome because we had some people that paid and didn't know it was full. And then we had a poker tournament attached to it. So depending on how your score was, that's how many chips you got in the poker tournament, which we played that night. And it was a good time had by all. Excited to do that again if we get the chance. Golf course was amazing. The weather was perfect, as you know. A little warm on the tennis courts, but for the golf course, it was actually.
Oh my God! Yeah, the weather was perfect for the golf course and just brutal for the tennis courts. That was my worst sunburn, possibly in my whole life.
Oh really?
Because I put it on that morning. Yeah, seriously, and then I sweated and like toweled it off during the matches and forgot to reapply, and I got terrible burns. I normally, put my sunscreen on. I'm out in the sun for a couple hours. I tan and I'm fine. But this particular day, I instead got very, very burned across my face. So mistakes were made.
Sorry, I'm glad you recovered from that. And Gums is in this pot. It was raised 250 from a try with King 6 of diamonds. Gums calls with the ace 8 and 8 right in the window, followed by a jack and a 9. And there are 2 hearts on the board. Gums has that 8 of hearts as well.
Got worse with every card for Gums. Does not connect with the try though, and he does check back on a texture that he could consider betting as a bluff, but instead he will turn top pair to the king, and I'd like to see him size up here. Such a coordinated board, 3 to a straight, 2 flush draws, and a situation where his turn betting range should be relatively polarized between top pair plus hands and just kind of a mix of draws and some air balls in there with ace highs to check back on the flop. He bets 350. Certainly a fine sizing, but I do think his hand in this situation is deserving of a larger bet. And it looks like he's going to get called by the bottom pair. Feels pretty thin by Gums with a lack of visibility on the river for his bottom pair. No clear way to improve outside of, an 8 of clubs.
Wow. And Gums does make trips here with the 8 on the river. Did he check it?
Tempting card.
He did
check it, and I think that's the right choice. Tempting card for Matrai to value bet once more with all of the draws missing. Like everything has missed, so it's pretty easy to represent that you have one of those and try and get called by a jack or maybe even a 9. So I like this bet by Matrai. It's probably about half pot if I had to guess. That's where I would ballpark it in his shoes. Oh, he went to like 2/3, 3/4 sizing. And Gums with the decision between call and jam, which if we're playing for chips, it's a jam all day. Under ICM, I think we still want to be all in, but ICM does some funky stuff on the river when you're often only getting called by better when you jam. Yeah, and I think the use of the time extension there is Gums deciding between the call and the all-in. I mean, all-in was only about 2.5 times more than the bet. It's just a question of, do I get called by worse? I block ace-king. Does my opponent bet call king-queen or king-10 here? But it's also hard to imagine you're ever beat. How are you ever losing? Does your opponent check back queen 10 or pocket kings on the flop? That doesn't seem very likely, so Gums is going to go for this.
Whew.
Looks like he's leaving himself just a little behind. which in the era of big blind antes, you see players do a little bit more because it's easier to run up their stack. And under ICM every now and then, you leave yourself a little bit, try and win a pot or two, and ladder somebody. So we'll see what Matrai does here with the king. Very hard for your opponent to be bluffing here, but capable players can find this bluff.
I think Gumps does have the most experience here, over 2 million in earnings over the years. Onto a third time extension. Again, you don't have to put those time extensions out, but he's choosing to do so we can keep track of how many he still has remaining.
I think Matrai, even considering this call, shows that he has a level of respect for Gum's game and aggression. There are many players you encounter who simply cannot be bluffing here, so to even consider calling tells me Matrai believes Gums could bluff, but he does make the correct fold there. Nice check raise on the river by Gums, and it looks like our players are about to take a break here.
He showed the ace, Tony. He showed the ace, not the 8.
Interesting.
Yeah, we are going to take a short break. Tony, you deserve it. Take a break.
Oh, thanks, man. See you soon.
All right, see you soon.
The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history. The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history.
And we are back.
Everybody set their phones back?
Five-handed. Tataru, the short stack, 14 big blinds. Fabian Gums right behind him with 33 bigs. And Matrai, once our chip leader, now at 41. Chibichek, second in chips, 6.6 million. And our chip leader from Israel, 62 big blinds, 9.4 million. That'd be Mayor Zahari. Just had a huge thunder and lightning come through here in Slovakia. The weather's been amazing when we've been here this week. It's been about 70 degrees all week. Matter of fact, when I got here this morning, it was beautiful. And I just heard some lightning. So a little bit of rain out there. That's not going to affect us here. Let's hope anyway. Matrai is back with 2 queens. And 150 to call.
See if he can't recover some of the losses from that King 6 suited.
I'm Matt Savage, joined by Tony Dunst. He is the commentator of the World Poker Tour, along with Vince Van Patten. And he does have a WPT title as well. His name's on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. And here we have Queen 9 of diamonds for our chip leader. And he's going to make the call, 300,000. Fabian with King 8, lets it go.
An unfortunate hand to find on the button when you're up against queens, and you saw a moment of deliberation from Zahari. I think his hand is rather borderline up against the second in chips player, but as the chip leader, it generally serves you pretty well to look to get involved, especially in position whenever possible. And on ace 4-3, either player gets what they were hoping for. Wouldn't shock me if Matrai starts with a check. Maserati does have something of a nothing hand here with the backdoor diamonds that could consider betting, but mixing in checks, also advisable. This 8 of spades on the turn, not likely to inspire much betting. Again, with a nothing hand, Zahari could consider a bet here, but it's not great. He seems to agree.
Deuce of spades on the river.
With the 3-spade 4 to a straight run out, I kind of think Matrai will check once more, blocking for a small sizing in that like quarter pot, third pot area. Also worth considering, but he does check once more. And now for Zahari, it's a pretty tempting bet. You're awful close to the bottom of your range. You know, he's Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, but no, he's just going to check down and give up on this one. I will say that checking back there and giving up does make sense because you know you're not likely to get many folds, and it's hard for you to represent much of anything at that stage in the hand. But every now and then you'll want to bet and represent, like you check down, you know, one of the pairs, or maybe bet on the larger side and try and represent the straight. But I do like having some give ups in there as well with those no showdown value hands.
Blinds are now 150, 300 with the big blind ante. I think that graphic is wrong. If it's not, it's incorrect. Should be 75, 150 with a 150 big blind ante. Chibichek with 10-7.
Chibichek going with the full face covering mask,
We've had some discussion about
sunglasses. Yeah, no neck visible. He's taken full advantage of the opportunity to obscure his face. All of his opponents not bothering with that stuff. Just one opponent with sunglasses is about it. But he is fully covered up there.
We talked about it earlier, Tony. Should it be allowed? And listen, I know the world has changed. Things are different. I think we should discuss it at the TDA Summit. It's coming up June 29th and 30th. I just think it's not great. What do you think, Tony?
It's not great, but I understand why in a post-pandemic world people still prefer to have face coverings in a setting with the potential for shared breathing spaces.
Okay, well, let's go with this, Tony. If you wear, it needs to be a mask. This is not a mask. This is not a face. This is just a face cover.
Sure.
This is not a mask.
Yeah, I think if you want to make that distinction, that's fine as well.
And how about if you wear a mask, you can't wear sunglasses as well, or a hoodie? You can't do it all. How about that?
I don't have a strong take. It does feel a little hard to regulate in game across the board. I just think that there are some floor who don't really want to enforce something like that. But we've got a pretty interesting pot developing here. Tataru makes a little bit of a loose defend. Again, under chips, this is always fine. Under ICM, these defends get questionable. But both players connecting. Tataru with now 2 pair, and Gums with the straight, rather action 5 of clubs on the turn. And a nice check back by Gums on the flop at this stack depth, where you get a texture that's quite favorable for the big blind, and you're going to want to have a lot of checks, and making sure that you mix in some checks with hands like an open-ender, so you get to these turns are going to play well. I don't love this bet size from Tataru on the turn. I understand why he's trying to minimize his risk under ICM, but I think at this stage in the hand, you're mostly betting hands that can put a decent amount of money into the pot, or you're checking. I think I would rather see a check than just this block here. And Gums is gonna raise it up and put Tataru in a bind.
You like that raise amount, Tony?
Yeah, it's in the territory of half pot and sets up a, you know, half pot jam on the river, but allows yourself enough room to raise the turn and then fold if you get jammed on as well, so you could plausibly be bluffing. Tataru makes the call, 4 diamonds. Not a terribly impactful card on the river. You know, Gums shouldn't really have any 3s here, maybe like ace-3 suited. And if he raises the turn, I mean, he'd have to have something like ace-3 of clubs. So if your 2-pair was good on the turn, it's likely good on this river. I think you're more concerned about overcards with clubs, a 10 of clubs combination. So Gums likely to put his opponent all in with what is essentially the nuts here. Yes, sir. And Tataru, one of those difficult poker situations where you have to determine if your opponent can ever be bluffing in this kind of scenario, but he doesn't really deliberate very long. Tataru quickly gives it up there, down to just 1.1 million remaining under 10 big blinds.
Babe, now you know how to get in here, though. I just put it on mute.
So
Why not?
5
You have your
players
tag.
remain. Tataru now, our clear short stack. It's about 7 blinds at this 75, 150,000 big
From what?
blind level.
Romeo. Who's Romeo? I don't know who that is.
Chibichek here on the cutoff
Oh,
with the
okay.
queen deuce of clubs. Not interested. A try with 6-5 on the button. Not chipped up enough that he can just start blindly raising the button, especially when he will be committed to calling off Tataru, who just had to pay small blind as well. Actually, he's got even fewer chips than I realized.
Yeah, Tataru's in rough shape here.
You got nothing to lose. Like, wifey is happy already? I hope you're happy too. She looks happy. Smiling all the time.
Tataru now with 8-5, lets it go. Seems a little frustrated there. Understandably so. Not the fastest table we've ever worked, Tony, but it could be one of the fastest.
Certainly won't be mine. I once worked a final table that lasted, I think, under an hour.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
It was a WPT Sanya final table. We did the commentary. No, excuse me. I think it was the Korea event, and we did the commentary in Sanya. And it was quite a short, stacked final table.
Yes.
And the chip leader just won like every single hand. And it was over in, yeah, truly about an hour.
We were real disappointed. We wanted to dig in there and watch a lot of poker that day, but we got over it. All right, we got 9s here. Tataru's going to move all in here, I believe.
He certainly is.
And there it goes.
He's going to get called as well. So it's just a matter of how many 5s are left in the deck, and it looks like 2.
Chibichek gets rid of this ace-3. Here's the call. 5s versus 9s. Tataru in a good spot here to double up.
The dilemma for Tataru is that this pot only has 1.2 million, so even getting this double doesn't even bring him back to a playable stack. He really needs to run good for the next couple of orbits. Eight, 6 deuce on the flop. No 5 from Matrai, although a backdoor straight draw in a couple of directions. 4 on the turn will give him some additional outs. We see his equity go up to 24% in a 5, 7, or 3 from Matrai.
It's a deuce.
It is a deuce.
9s hold up. Tataru doubles up to 1.2 million.
Oh, Matt, I was posting a long list of upcoming WPT events on my story the other day. Quite a busy period
Yeah, I just
in the
wrote all those
season
down.
for us.
Where are you going to be?
Right after. I will be in Montreal in mid-May.
That's your next
But
stop
as you
for,
know,
for
we
us?
also have we have Australia coming up. It's actually going on right now. I believe the festival has already started, but that the championship prime event down there, which is going to be a $2,000 buy-in. I believe that's correct, right? $2,000 buy-in this time around.
That is correct.
Be coming up. Then we have the Seminole Hard Rock.
I'll be heading there right after here.
Tataru with the decision. Yeah. And I think this is a good decision from Tataru to go with this. You do see players leaving the, 1 or 2 big blinds behind now. And at a final table, this does make sense because every now and then you'll see multiple players behind you get all in, and if one of them is covered, there can be some incentive to actually fold, leaving that tiny amount of stack and give yourself a chance to ladder. Gums here will make the call with the ace-king of hearts. But yeah, there's a world where, Chibichek wakes up with queens and he gets it in against Gums, and Tataru is like, well, I guess I fold and give myself a chance to ladder here. But this time around that will not be happening. And there's one of the kings for a try that will be folded. Tataru. There's also the outside chance that the flop turn river gets checked down. I mean, that's very improbable, but these things do happen. So 2.2 million in the pot, 325K behind. Tataru essentially all in, looking for a 5 or a wheel as we go to the flop.
That's a bad flop for Tataru, as it takes away one of
It
his
is.
outs.
Fabian loving this flop with the ace-high flush draw to go along with his ace-king, seeing that his opponent has the ace-5 and 2 outing going to the turn. He's in fantastic shape to bring this final table down to 4. 9 of hearts on the turn is going to lock this one up for Gums. Nice run for Tataru here, finishing in 5th position.
Taking home
He's gonna take
32,409.
home.
Yep. And the next prize is
Yes, sir.
43,000. So
Well, that must be US dollars you're looking at, 'cause
I am.
the Euro payouts.
yeah, I looked up the U.S. dollars. I figure a fair amount of our players and what we have listed on the WPT.com website is in dollars. We are down to the final 4. Good run for Tataru. Again, first place is $125,902.
Yeah, you're gonna 8, 7. No, you're still here. I stay? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I cannot see this guy anyway. He's hiding there. Never mind. Never mind. How much you have now? No reads possible. 48. 8? Sorry, good one.
Down to the final 4. Since they have those action clocks in play, you see that the chips need to be in stacks of 20. It makes it easier for other players to see how many chips they have. Gums now here with 10-9 offsuit. He will make it 300,000. Zahari with 8-7 off. Still in the chip lead. Gums has made a major move here, though. He's up to 7.9. And range is opening a little wider here, Tony, with the 4 players.
Yeah, and Gums with a significant chip lead.
And
Should be able to exert a lot of pressure on his opponents.
both players fought.
Zahari with the 8-7 in the big blind does have a nice hand to defend with, and as you said, yeah, making middle pair, Gums top pair. A texture where Zahari is going to have the advantage quite often, so we see him incorporating the lead here with what might feel like kind of a mergy hand, middle pair, gut shot, backdoor straight draw, but I think that all of his hands that continue here want to be leading at some frequency, although under ICM and, you know, as the 2 big stacks on the table, I would imagine that frequency goes down a little bit. Either way, Gums makes the call, not interested in raising, and he turns 2 pair on a card that gives Zahari 3 straight to go along with his 3rd pair now.
Zahari did bet the flop. Do you see another bet here from him on the turn?
I think he should mix. I'm interested to see how he sizes here and whether he's going to potentially turn his hand into a bluff. It would be awful tempting on some of the club runouts. He bets 600K in the half pot territory. Gums with a decision to make here between calling and raising. think he will mostly lean raise, but that's not a certainty. ICM does weird things when you're the 2 chip leaders, and there's a strong incentive to not bloat the pot when you don't have the nuts. And Gums, while he has a very strong hand, does not have the nuts here, and he does just call, so a little surprising, but not too much. And that 5 on the river is not a card that I believe Zahari will continue to invest on. I could be wrong, but I think he has a little too much showdown value to turn this into a bluff by just bombing it. And it's a card that makes it easier for these type of hands for Gums to call down. You know, sometimes he's just going to have the 10, and he rivers, you know, 10s and 5s, and is counterfeited something like, you know, an 8-9. Zahari does check, and I think Gums should bet. There's a lot of ways he can get to the river with a misdraw, and his hand is quite strong. Zahari shouldn't have many 5s at this juncture, so I think Gums' hand is worth a bet, and one that looks like it's trying to get a fold from hands that have missed. Now, what is that size if you're Gums, and you block some of the hands that could call you? Or maybe you don't size up as much here. I'll be curious to see what he does in this pot of 2.5 million.
Gums has already gone through 1 time bank here, time extension.
Yeah, I do think he has an interesting decision about sizing here.
He did put the chips out there. We're getting a count. The amount is a bet of 2.3 million. That's sizable.
Wow, he went quite big. He bet 90% pot, almost 100, and trying to tell the story that he is quite polarized on this river. He's either betting a really strong hand or a bluff. And Zahari, with a decision of his own, as I said, Gums should have a lot of bluffs on this river. Many of the hands that can get here missed. Gums sized his bet like he's either bluffing or has a really big hand. He shouldn't have many 5s. But Zahari does relinquish his 7, his 8-7 to the muck.
That pot will put Fabian Gums in the chip lead, who was short stacked much of the day yesterday, and he said that he is the best short stack player and is very comfortable being short stacked.
Likely speaks to his patience. Some players get sub 15 big blinds and believe that their decision is shove or fold, but the more practiced you get at the short stack depths, the more you realize that there's actually a lot of room to raise fold, and especially under ICM to raise fold under 15 big blinds. Round to Zahari in the small blind, and with a junky 10-3 up against the chip leader. Quick fold. So Matt, you said you were going to Seminole Hard Rock after your time in Slovakia.
Yeah, Tony, I just got off that ship. I was home for 2 days, then I'm out in Slovakia, then I'm going to Choctaw. I'm going to Seminole Hard Rock, and then I'm home for a day, and then going to another event, and then I'm going to Montreal. So not gonna be home much, but I'm excited. I'm excited to go back to Montreal. I haven't been there in a long time. Of course, Seminole Hard Rock has always been a favorite of mine, and Bill Mason and Jason Heidenthal and their team do such a great job. $3 million guaranteed. Kind of shocked you're not going to that one. You're probably just a little tired from all the travel as of late.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been. I was traveling for about 5 weeks straight between Europe, Florida, visiting some family in Wisconsin, and then I was in Burbank for a couple of days of post-production. So all of that together has made me feel like, you know, I'll stay home. I don't need to play every single event on the tour. If it were closer, I would be there. You know, Seven Hard Rock's such a great stop, so well run, tremendous event, always one of our biggest every season, but also a 5-hour flight away. So I'm just going to be a homebody for a little bit until we do Montreal. Ace 5-5 on the flop. A more favorable board for Chibichek in the big blind. Zahari with the king high on the button, playing it passive. I like that check behind, and a nice turn card for him, giving him the gut shot to the deuce, and one that should never connect with Chibichek. You know, beyond maybe having something like 7-6 and giving him a gut shot. Maybe a 6-4 suited. Not a lot of combinations for Chibichek that will get to the flop, improved by that turn. And it wouldn't shock me if Zahari now just kind of wants to bet on this mostly uncoordinated texture and take it down a lot instead of letting Chibichek realize the equity on something like a Jack-10 that has 6 outs going to the river. That's what he'll do. Bet of 300,000. Should get the job done here. Interesting. Chibichek cutting out raising chips.
This is something we haven't seen out of this final table today. I can promise you that. Although he did put on his bio that he was the aggressive player, so.
Well, this is an aggressive move. Check raising the turn with truly no equity. It's gonna work, but I don't think I like it very much. Reason being that it's not out of the question that Zahari would check back the flop with an ace on the paired 5 board, and Chibichek should have fewer 5s than usual under ICM as you're defending fewer offsuit 5s. And look, it's so implausible that he's actually played a good hand this way that Zahari is actually going to bet call King 4 offsuit on the turn, knowing that he actually beats the bluffs and has clean outs to a deuce. So this speaks to the dilemma with check raising this turn with no equity. There's nothing wrong with making this play, but I think you want to have some equity when you do it, so you have the possibility of improving on the river.
And now
Because I don't think you're going to get
pair.
this through an ace. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get this through an ace ever. And Zahari not even folding a king tells me, you know, he's getting this through very, very little.
So now,
and yeah, nice card for Zahari
Chibichek
to just check back.
Checked. He's going to get the good news here.
Yeah.
Quite a call on the turn there. I know in my
Quite a
shoes,
call.
I'm never doing it. You laid it out as to why he did it. I would have had no clue. But yeah, well done there, right?
Very well done. It takes knowing your opponent is capable of that type of play to feel comfortable making the call with King 4. But again, you have clean outs, you beat all the bluffs, you unblock the bluffs. So a reasonable candidate to make that bet call. But if your opponent is simply never check raise bluffing you on the turn, and many people aren't, then it would be a torch to make that call. But Zahari, being astute, aware that his opponent is capable of that kind of play, makes a very impressive bet call on the turn. And credit to Chibichek for having that in his game. You know, I spoke to why I didn't love the hand selection, but if you simply never check raise bluff the turn in those spots, you become pretty easy to play against. I just think that he should try and choose a situation where he has some equity, whether that means a gut shot or a flush draw, or an open ender, as opposed to just the stone cold jack high bluff.
All right, both players with hearts,
Limp
and look
and
at
a check.
this. Chibichek has flopped trips here with the 8-6.
He has. I like that check, though, because the big blind should have more sixes than Chibichek. And it's kind of tough to tell the story that you have a ton of aces, although he would do more limping
And look at that turn.
four-handed under ICM with an ace.
Turn hard opens up a flush draw for both players.
Fun turn card. Chibichek can mix the turn. He can bet, and he can go for the check raise as well. And we just saw him check raise bluff, and it looks like that's what he's going to try and do here. So he certainly has the image to get some action. But no, look at this. Matrai with the queen high hearts says, I am not going to take you up on this. Ooh, pretty bad card from Matrai. Put it this way. If Chibichek opens the action on the river and bets, if I'm in Matrai's shoes, you're probably not getting me to fold a queen. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that gets to the river that's air and can only win by betting. So when I've got a queen high, I beat all the bluffs. I'm actually more worried about losing to something like king high value betting or an ace that has been played slow.
And that bet's small enough that
Yeah, you know,
it just
he's
makes
going to get
sense.
snapped here. Yeah.
Any shot you would ever go
Kind is
bigger
gonna
on
be
that?
good.
Bigger bet there?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think is worth considering. I think that Chibichek is concerned that he's not really representing much if he bets bigger, and his opponent's not likely to have much. Yeah, if you bet big on the river, I think you're mostly trying to get called by a king high. Your opponent not likely to have many aces. Could have a 9.
Forgot to tag on to the end of my schedule. I'm still not done traveling after that. I'm going to San Remo for our next European stop, Tony, for another Prime event. So I'm excited about that as
Early
well.
June, I believe, right?
Yeah. San Remo is just amazing. I love it.
Quaint Italian town on the Côte d'Azur. Beautiful time of year to be there. Oh, early June
Yes,
in the
absolutely.
Mediterranean. Nothing better.
Luckily, there's no other poker going on in early June, so I'm happy to go out there.
Not that I'm aware of.
Fabian with
This is gonna sound like, you know, some corporate loyalty, highly biased nonsense, but I really don't look forward to the World Series anymore. I find it almost strange how much people like get excited for the World Series. I guess part of it is the sort of summer camp, all your friends in Vegas feel to it, but I have so little interest in going down there these days. I just, you know, I've reached a point in my career where I value the experience I'm provided as a customer a lot, and it's been a while since I felt I was provided a really high-level one down there, so I look forward to many of the events at the Wynn this summer. I'll play some of those.
an excellent partner of ours, for sure. And I mean, I just, you know, I do like the fact that a lot of friends are in town and things like that, but
Right.
it is a grind. That's for sure.
It's a grind, and at a place that I just don't really want to be, in which I'm often made to feel that they don't want me there, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think you're alone in that that feeling.
No. Nowhere close to alone. 7 of hearts on the turn will provide the double belly buster for Chibichek, looking for a deuce for a 6. Zahari with the 9-2 of hearts does have a gut shot to the same 6 for the higher end of the straight.
Could also get a bluff through here, huh?
He could, although with the ace high providing Chibichek some showdown value and having those outs on a board that's quite favorable for the big blind, in which the big blind should fire the turn on quite often, I think Chibichek will not give up on this pot to 1-bet. Does make the call of 400,000. Jack of hearts on the river. I guess a slightly better card for Chibichek's range than Zahari. Zahari's betting a lot of, second and third pair on the turn. Chibichek can have stuff like Jack 10, Ace Jack that is improved on this river. Conversely, Zahari beats absolutely nothing. He's very close to the bottom of his range. He unblocks a lot of the hands that would call and then fold the river, and he blocks 9-10, so he blocks the nuts. Some chance that Zahari wants to just go bombs away, but nope, he's just going to check this one down. So far, he's played pretty honest on the river, I would say. Not really trying to force things. I think I would have liked to bluff there. I can understand shutting it down, but I think having the 9 and then with the deuce, oftentimes when you have a deuce in your hand, it's an indicator that your hand is worth considering bluffing, because you unblock a lot of the hands that can call turn and then give up river. Plus you just, it often means that you're near the bottom of your range with whatever you have, so your opponent can just have draws of their own that are beating your hand should you check down, but will give up facing a bet. But Zahari, showing some stickiness and some really nice hand reading with the king high call down, but perhaps, and I do say just perhaps, missing an opportunity to bluff that river. Min raise from Chibichek with the queens. Under gums in the big blind with a very playable ace-5. I think this scenario with Gums being chip leader and Chibichek having 40 bigs is a favorable one for Gums to do some light 3-betting out of the big blind with ace x offsuit type of hands, but I think ace-5 is a little too playable and he should use slightly worse hands. He seems to agree. I wouldn't have been too shocked if he went with the 3-bet bluff there, but I like his decision to call. We go to the flop and get a 9-6-5 that gives Gums a pair and Chibichek the overpair. Nice check back by the queens from Chibichek. This is a board where your opponent flops more nut combinations, more 2-pair combinations, a lot of temptation to just bet the flop and protect your hand. But mixing in these checks allows you to call down facing turn and river bets of almost any size on a ton of runouts. Balances your flop betting and checking ranges a little. It just induces your opponent to put in money with worse hands, as we see here. 250k from the 5, blocking on the turn here. Facing the small sizing, there will be a little bit of temptation for Chibichek to raise, but it is a 4-tone board here, so not as much need for protection as usual. And again, the same dilemma we have on the flop, our opponent having the nut combinations is still there on the turn. 10 of hearts on the river. I I don't know if Gums is going to block once more or not. He blocks the ace-high hands that could call down a little bit light, so it's even harder to value bet your 5 here. Like something like 7-5 is probably a better bet than ace-5. He will check. And now it's time for Chibichek to bet his queens. The decision is to what size? He's going in the half pot territory, and I think I like that. You're basically saying, hey, I could have something like a missed gut shot that just wants to bet and clear out a weak pair. You can see that it puts Gums with these sort of weak pairs in a bind, but he does make the correct fold.
Not a lot of table talk here, Tony. What's your thoughts on no table talk?
I prefer tables that are talkative, but I understand why very deep in a tournament, especially at a final table, it's easy to get tense and not feel in the mood to make much small talk. It's always more fun if your table is extroverted, but these scenarios tend to be more serious, and this hand could be serious, although Gums, as the chip leader, likely to 3-bet and knock Matrai out of this hand.
Any chance he just calls here?
I think with this hand under the small blind, almost never. You know, especially at the stack size where Matrai has a relatively natural 4-bet all-in facing a 3-bet with some of his holdings, many of which will be worse than Gums' queens.
Chibichek with ace deuce.
Yeah, no decision there from Matrai. And at European final tables, there can be an issue of language compatibility. You don't know what level everyone's English is at. You know, these guys representing different countries, differing languages. Especially in Eastern Europe, there's a lot less, I guess you'd say, overlap and commonalities between language. Like, it's not so uncommon that someone who's a French speaker is somewhat comfortable in either Spanish or Italian and vice versa, whereas something like Hungarian is a very distinctive language with really not many similarities to anything else in Europe. I believe the closest language to Hungarian is like Finnish or something strange like that. Chibichek with the Jack-10. Raising up in the small blind in a spot where his hand can mix, raises and calls. Jack-10 often gets played as a call. 30 blinds deep, blind versus blind. Really at a lot of different stack depths. Jack-10 plays as a call, but not as a pure one.
I've been, there's 38 different countries in this event. I heard all kinds of different accents and
Languages.
here. It was
That's
interesting.
right.
I loved it. I love when you have a really international event.
Yeah, and Slovakia is sort of at an intersection of many different countries. It's really close to a lot of different parts of Europe.
It's a bit shocking how literally everybody I met here spoke some English, if not a lot
Right.
of English. It was very strange.
Yeah. That's pretty common these days in Europe. I've never been to Slovakia, but I spent a lot of time just south in Hungary. Knew some Slovakians there, and for a long time they learned Russian growing up in school. But since the fall of the Iron Curtain in '89, many countries, almost all really, have switched over to English as the second language they're taught in school. And the end result a generation later is most people in their 20s and 30s have at least some level of comfort with English, and many people are bordering on fluent.
Try fold.
Try
Jack
folding
8.
Jack
Yeah.
8.
Yeah. Zahari limps out of the small blind. Haven't seen much limping today. Perfectly reasonable though, right, Tony?
Yeah, if anything, as the two chip leaders, I think the small blind wants to limp nearly everything. You get into these weird scenarios under ICM where, you're four-handed, you're the two chip leaders, the other guys are shorter than you. All of a sudden, the small blind should almost never want to build a pot, and so even the best hands get limped at a very high frequency. And Gums in the big blind with the chip lead should actually be raising a lot of these junky hands, because Zahari will have to limp fold more than he does under chips. But you need to balance that with some checks, because you also know that his limps are going to be stronger. This queen 9 is good enough to limp call, so you can't just blindly fire away every time your opponent limps, because they're actually limping all of their good hands as well. And if you do it too often, you're just bloating the pot with bad hands against a strong range. Strong-ish.
Here, Zahari has flopped middle pair. He is out of position though and does check. Does Gums try and represent an ace here, Tony?
Well, I think as the pre-flop raiser and getting a texture that's mostly going to connect with your raising range, Gums quite reasonably going to fire out here like he has connected. It's gone with a pretty big sizing too, betting 800,000. And Zahari certainly can't fold, but he's not excited about this situation. He's got a bluff catcher. Queen of clubs is a nice bit of backup for him going to the turn.
At this point, do you feel that Gums will need to shut it down?
Not necessarily. We'll see what develops on the turn. I don't think he'll bluff on a club. Something like this is a really tempting card to bluff because he actually picks up some equity to a 6, but it's not so much equity where if he bets and gets raised that he's getting blown off a hand that really wants to see a river. And that's usually an indication in these turn spots that you're going to fire away. He also has a hand that plays pretty well as a triple barrel bluff because he unblocks all of the hands that can call the turn and then fold the river, which is stuff like clubs or varying combo draws. Even something like Jack 10 could call flop, maybe call turn, given the appropriate price. But yeah, I think Gums has a really nice hand to bet 3 times on non-club runouts. I think he has a great hand to fire this turn. And if I'm him, I'm probably just going with a big sizing in the ballpark of like 2 million, 1.8
exactly.
million.
Nail it.
And
1.8.
Conveying to Zahari that if you call the turn, I will often be putting you all in on the river. Do you want to go down that road with me? Zahari, as we've
Whoa.
seen, will
That's
play a
interesting.
bit cautious, gives it up.
That's interesting. I like
It's
it.
It's not a fun spot to be.
No,
with the queen nine
absolutely not. And as you know, as I told you, anytime I have a queens or kings, somebody else has an ace. So at least I always feel that way.
there. So you would always fold.
I would always fold. See, me, my amateur, the amateur in me would think that the raise pre-flop meant that he had ace X, and then when that ace came on the board, I would be gone. But that's just me. But I like what you're teaching us, Tony.
Well, the big blind will have aces there, but he'll also have a lot of worse stuff, a lot of nonsensical hands that just want to raise and take it down pre-flop. So
Like 4-7 offsuit.
like 4-7 offsuit.
Fun to watch, though. I actually like that. I mean, that's just very interesting the way you analyze that. Thank you, Tony, for taking us through that.
No problem. Gums limping in the small blind with the queen deuce here. King jack for Chibichek in the big blind can mix raises and checks, and he goes with the raise up to 600K.
Gums flopping 2 pair here with queen deuce. Over 10 million in chips now.
This is a texture where Chibichek will be betting close to 100%. It's just not coordinated enough for Gums to connect very often. Even though Gums will probably have the 7 advantage, he almost never has a deuce. This time he happens to, but almost never does. Wait. I must have missed something. Did Gums check raise there?
He did.
Oh yes, very nicely played. I just missed that he put the raise in. Very nicely played with the raise. You know, a lot of players simply default to check calling, but the raise on these paired textures is actually the preferred route.
Zahari with Queen Jack now in the cutoff. Raises to 300,000. Now Chibichek, who has Jack 6 of diamonds in the small blind. He does pass. And Matrai gets rid of the 9-3. Going back to the gator versus the mask, Tony. I know it's kind of a sensitive subject these days, but I did post something on X, formerly known as Twitter, about it.
I noticed.
That should these be allowed. Getting some interesting comments. Like, I know with what we've been through and what we're living with now, that masks are permitted, allowed. There's reasons for people wearing them. Sometimes, like, even people wear them for the reason that they're feeling a little under the weather. And I actually appreciate that and think that's acceptable. But in this case, it is just a face covering. I mean, do you think people should be allowed to wear masks? And how much removed is wearing this face covering that he has than just a mask? A lot of casinos have rules that you have to show your face while you're in the casino because they have cameras and such. So, is that breaking some kind of casino policy? And so these are the kind of things that I'm actually going to bring this up at the TDA Summit, like I talked about earlier, coming up in late June. But, I mean, as a player, there's playing in a live setting, do you think you should have the opportunity to get reads on people? Is that part of the game? Or is it not?
Yeah, we'll talk that over in just a moment after this hand, but we do get a texture where both players may continue on 9-8-7, giving Gums the open-ender, 2 overcards and a backdoor, and Zahari a gut shot and a backdoor. Zahari has a hand that, when we're playing for chips, should mix in some check raises. We haven't seen a lot of that type of thing from him here, and as one of the middling stacks up against Gums, the chip leader, I expect even less play than usual. Facing a bet of 375, Gums getting the appropriate price to continue, and he elects to just call. So looking for one of those remaining 310s on the turn. We know we know a jack would be no good. 9 of hearts gives Gums the flush draw. Somewhat of a neutral card. You know, Gums can still have plenty of 9s here. An 8 or a 7. The better cards, the better board pairing cards for the big blind than a 9. This turn may still slow down Gums. Makes it a little tougher to make pairs fold. Yeah, and he just has a lot of equity that he doesn't want to get check raised off of. And with this 5 on the turn, I think Zahari really needs to bluff this hand. We haven't seen a lot of bluffing from him thus far at this final table, but I think it's such a favorable run out for your range You have 0 showdown. You unblock a lot of hands that would go bet, check, and then fold river to a bet. So I think you need to go on the larger side here. Basically represent either a 6 or a 9. Bet like 1.5 million. You could even block and say you have an 8 or a 7, but I generally think the larger sizing is what you're going with here. I think he's chosen somewhere around half pot. Yeah, sort of 60%, 1.1 to 1.9. It's going to get the job done. I do think that theoretically he should be betting a bit larger. But the important thing is that he's betting, and that will drive Gums out of this pot. Now going back to your question about masks and concealing the face, you know, I think some kind of compromise, like masks being allowed, but then not having sunglasses be included in your outfit, like basically having one face obscuring article is a totally fine compromise that allows people who feel strongly about masking and preventing the spread of germs the ability to still mask and feel comfortable at the table, but it also allows people who feel that, you know, live tells and reads are an important part of our game and they should have some ability to see your face instead of it being entirely obscured. Allows them a compromise as well. So I think the one piece of face obstruction rule should be fine. And yeah, maybe you make a distinction between, you know, you said it was a gator is what they call these
Yeah,
things
they call these
that
gators.
he has on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, if you decided, hey, no gators allowed, but face masks are allowed, I wouldn't complain. That's fine by me. I don't have a strong take. I think it sounds like you feel stronger that these things shouldn't really be in the game.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've known John Jawanda for many, many years, and he's wore medical masks years ago, and he told me that he wore it for his own protection, but also when he wasn't feeling well, and I actually appreciate that. I think that's something that makes sense to me. Fabian flopping open-ended here, and Matrai with bottom pair with the ace kicker. So, I mean, that made sense to me, that he was wearing it for not only his protection, but to protect others. So, and that was years ago. That was long before. And here Gums makes the straight on the turn. Does he check it again? Yes.
Yeah, I like that check on the turn. The queen, a better card for Matrai's range than Gums. Matrai not going to take the bait, though. Happy to just check down with his bottom pair.
Does come
You
another
know, this
spade.
King River. You know, you could consider checking one more time as Gums, but we've now got a texture that your opponent doesn't seem very interested in. Seemingly it's just kind of checking down something low showdown. A lot of hands that are Broadway-ish put in a bet at some stage before they get to the river. So certainly a temptation for Gums to do the betting himself here.
Are you calling Matrai's hand a bluff catcher here?
Well, it is, but it's not a very good one.
Did make the bet right under the
overbet
time. 1.6 million and quick fold.
Yeah, ace-3, never in contention for calling that size bet. We need something much better. Zahari opening our button with the king 4. A6 now. First to act on the cutoff.
Gums with 10-9 suited. Gums getting definitely a lot of playable hands here.
Nice hand to call and take a flop with in position, especially as the chip leader up against a 40 big blind stack.
Jack 7, 2 hearts. Straight flush draw here for Fabian Gums. Ace of hearts in the hand of Zahari.
Zahari not going to fire on this board. Not a great one for his hand. And Gums with the combo draw. Makes a small bet here of 250. Queen on the turn. Interesting check call from Zahari. I guess with the ace of hearts, he feels there's just enough backdoor equity to at least take one off and see what develops.
I can't really tell, but
Additional
seems like
outs.
looking at the top of the screen here, Fabian has a lot of outs here to win the spot.
Gums gonna bet his combo draw, and looks like a really big size. 1.8 out there, and he's bet somewhere close to that, I believe. Yeah, 1.5.
Is that crappy free Pepsi?
And the A6 does give it up there.
Huh? It's now sevens. Seemingly in every single pot here. Chibichek with 7, 4 deuce offsuit.
Right on the cusp for Zahari here. He is going to make the call.
$9.85 on the flop. Zahari with open-ended. Gums with the sevens. Has a gut shot, but check, check. Turn is a 10 now. So that gives Zahari a pair. And now they have the same straight draw with a jack or a 6.
Yeah, and with this turn top pair on a texture that's pretty favorable for the big blind, Zahari ready to build a pot, about 600K. And the sevens from Gums quickly gives up there. Nice job getting out of the way despite the open-ender. Updated look at our leaderboard or Gums. His 62 blinds are out in front. Zahari in second chip position. Chibichek with 26 blinds hanging in there, and Matrai was our chip leader when I first joined you, I believe, down at 15 bigs.
Chibichek with ace 7 raises to 300,000.
Try with a close one. Does find the all-in though. Just pipping Chibichek.
Fold it back to Chibichek.
Yeah, not quite enough hand to call here.
No call. And they are playing 1 and 200.
Ace 5 for Gums here, facing the raise from Matrai. Up to 400k. You know, Gums could consider a 3-bet fold here. It's a very shallow stack depth, but these, you know, Ace 5 off, Ace 6 suited type hands. Some of our go-tos for the small 3-bet fold at the 20 big blind stack size. And Gums, yeah, finding this play.
Raised to 1.4 million. Matrai wants the chip leader. Has a difficult decision.
Yeah, he has to give that one up. It's unfortunate, but what a nice 3-bet fold at the sub 20 big blind stack size from Gums. Excellent hand selection there. Just playing his big stack beautifully.
Bet sizes are getting bigger. Three bet to 1.5 million by Chibichek. Tries out with 7-4 suited. Zahari.
Zahari, the ace 3 here.
Does make the fold. Strawberry notepad in the background. Chibichek folds. Try with 7-5.
Try with, yeah, pretty thin. Maybe good enough to limp in here. It's just, yeah, you know, at a stack size and up against Zahari in the big blind, he's going to jam on you quite a lot. You don't get to limp quite as much with the 15, 16 big blind stack size range there under ICM. If we're playing for chips, I think he should be limping every time.
Chibichek with the hands we've seen be the downfall of a couple players already today. 8th and 9th both went out with pocket jacks. He's raising to 400,000. Matrai with king queen suited.
I think this one needs to get in there.
And he does. Moves all
Yes.
in. Full from Zahari. Comes with ace 4 of spades. Lets it go. And the quick call.
Yes.
Well, let's see if jacks can hold up this time. Hand of note. Gums did have ace 4 of spades in his hand.
Try still almost flipping here at 47%.
Flop is 4-4 deuce. 4-4 deuce.
Pretty good looking board for those jacks.
The 10 on the turn.
Only a king or a queen on the
Oh
river
my
will
gosh,
save
it's a
Matrai,
king.
and it's a king.
Holy cow. Oh. And a double up from a try. Jacks again. Fall on the river here. King, queen for Andras Matrai.
Big look. Chibichek down 10 big blinds.
Now that you got chips, I need to be nice here. Now that you got chips again, I need to be nice here. How much is the champ for? 3? 3-1. 3-1. 6.7 now.
Try with the ace deuce of diamonds. Open our action. Gums with a decision with the 6-5 of clubs in the small blind.
Lets it go. Chibichek now with the king, queen, the hand he just went down to, previous hand.
Yeah, it's actually a close decision between calling and shoving. I'm not sure, but I think shoving is slightly preferable, but it is actually really quite close. And he is going to go for this. And now back to Matrai with a close decision of his own. Yeah, and he does immediately fold. That jam was only about 10 bigs in total, but when you're calling off almost half your stack under ICM, you know, these thin plus chip EV calls that we make start shifting into folds as stack preservation takes a higher priority.
comes now from the button with King Jack. What's going on over there? So what happened? You guys stopped play?
Gums going up to 400, I believe.
Floor extreme, please.
I think you paid me wrong. It's 500 this time. Yeah, you give me one stack 100, one stack 25, and 125. That's 2
It's happening now on the stream.
I said 6.7. You should have had it. 3.1, 3.1, and 2.6 I guess. Yeah? I get 5. How much? 500.
Why a 15-minute break for this? Why? Why?
5,450 and 5,850, and the previous I raised 400, so that's 6.2. Yeah, you should have said that. Yeah, I said after that you should have. Yeah, I didn't realize because I speak to them.
It's,
500 missing from that.
I understand, but still, did they need to take a 15-minute break on on something that nothing can be done about?
Can you see the what can we see with it?
All right. You gotta go. Okay. Tony, it seems like they're having an issue with a hand from a couple hands ago. That it was
I see.
something was paid off incorrectly.
How can you blame it now?
It's a little too late at this stage. It's hard to see from where we're at that the number was mispaid, but
I gave more and he gave me some back. I was thinking also that
at least you got some table talk going now.
First time today.
Just count my second and something is missing.
So it's an interesting situation. On situations like this, basically after the next hand begins, Tony, that you can't really go back and decide what
Right.
this is. However, there is a conversation on is this a live stream table, if there's other tables in the tournament, that type of thing. And my standing on this has always been, if it's one table, maybe you can do something. But if it's multiple tables, you cannot do anything. So we're going to see what the floor does here. I am not the floor on this decision, so I have no influence over what they do or say.
You are 100% sure, yes? Yeah, because you because my stick is missing. I told him right after the end of the now we have 6.7.
But it looks like the discussion continues.
But I don't think after 2 hands. Even with the race previous. Yeah. I had to be 6.7, but I got.
What do you think, Tony? I'll give the player version.
I think, as you said, once there has been another hand, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do. It is very unfortunate, but I think once an additional hand has been played out, it's just kind of lost in the ether of poker.
And we are still in the hand, right? It's his fault and the dealer's fault. Like you have to check it. Of course.
Fabian explaining that it is the dealer's partially dealer error, partially player error. But there is some conversation going on and ongoing that if it is one table and a wrong can be corrected, even after the fact, should it be corrected? It's a technicality and a rule, and it needs to be done by the people that are out on the floor. But as I said, the discussion is ongoing. I'm not exactly sure what's going on right here. Perhaps they are checking surveillance to see, but I know that Andy Tillman is out on the floor He's one of the best TDs in the world, so I'm sure he'll come to a decision, and we'll have to live with it one way or another, Tony.
My heart breaks right now. Yeah. It's something with what happened in the when you got messed up going with James. The other tall guy, floor man, looking at the cameras. Yeah, he went to like kick. Lord, what's the rule on it? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I got the wrong payout. I double up, but I didn't get the amount I had. Okay, we're on. And we played the hand after that.
And how long after this was discovered? That's the other question. And now Andy has arrived to the table.
But I don't understand. He counted 3.1. You counted and gave him back 5.
I give him back because he has a mistake 21 chips. He have one more chips. So it
Dealer's
was
talking about it
1.5.
now.
It's pretty thick, pretty thick, tight. Yeah, and after hand he got 500k less. I can go. The problem is it's your responsibility.
Yeah,
as well.
of
Yeah.
course.
I know. I'm just trying to ask for you. Like I was pretty sure now we have to confirm up. Yeah. So it's no chance I get this, right? Because especially if we play that right. If we're at this point, like on the next hand and stop it, I could probably do something, but we've had hand play. Sorry, Andres. Can we get a short break? 26. Where are these two guys at? Do you guys agree we can break now and 1.5 later?
Some discussion of potentially taking a break while this situation gets resolved.
You're getting to see it live. It's always an interesting situation for me as a guy that makes rulings on these type of situations. But me being in the commentator booth, I don't have the opportunity to make a decision. It's not my, place to step in the way of what the floor people are making their decisions here. However, I am, obviously the tour director of the World Poker Tour, so it does concern me on the decision they make. But at this certain situation, I am basically just a player, same way as a player would be, and I have to live whatever the decision of the tournament director is. So that's what's going to happen here. I think we're going to find out soon what the decision is. I am literally maybe 100, 200 yards away from where this is at, in a private room underneath, kind of in the dungeon, far, far away from the final table.
Take a break now, but in 26 minutes, come back at 20. No, 6:20. How much? 15-minute break. Everybody's going to skip the next one. Like 2 hours.
say anything on the commentary. But I understand. No, I mean, in this situation, it could have been corrected. The thing is, if there's multiple tables in a tournament, then that's one thing. But if there's one table and it didn't affect any of the action following, you wouldn't want somebody to be, you know what I mean? Like if the wrong person won a hand, let's say the dealer pushed the pot to the wrong person, then what are you gonna do? And then the next hand happened. You're not gonna fix it. I understand that. So that's similar to the same thing. Right, but it doesn't dramatically affect anything if you got paid the correct amount of chips. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say anything on the commentary. I'm not going to say anything else to anybody else besides you. But I think in this spot, I could have given him 500. Yeah, but that guy, he's the player, so of course he's going to say that. He's the one that's in it. Okay. How long did that break end up taking? Because we're sitting here.
The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for
Get this
WPT
thing over. I want to go have
Montreal.
dinner.
The
Fucking,
festival
what are you guys
features
doing?
2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground.
Where are we
We
at
kick
now?
things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history.
But maybe it was because you moved just the one, and here is the second.
The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history. The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history.
Welcome back to the WPT Prime Slovakia final table, where a discrepancy about the amount of a bet being paid off in a previous hand led to some review. We'll see what the ruling is.
Is that correct, Tony?
We'll find out whether there's going to be a correction here or whether play will continue.
Tony, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Matt.
Chibichek with 15 bigs. I think they're... See Andy Tillman up there. Chibichek down to 3 million, 15 bigs. Matrai with 27. Zahari with 39 bigs and 7.9 million. Our chip leader, Fabian has made his way to the top of the leaderboard with 13,064 big blinds. This tournament started with 732 entries, and we are down to the final 4.
Guys, 100, 200, 200. We'll play 2 hours, 26, then we'll take a break. 1, 2, 2.
All right, so blinds are 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante.
All right, Matrai with 5-3 of clubs. Zahari with Jack 9 of diamonds.
At this stack depth, I think Zaharagi will mostly check, but he's going to prove me wrong and raise it up here.
Looks like they've introduced a new chip there, Tony. I think that's a 500K chip. And that raise does take it down.
I'm a little surprised by the raise because I think at that stack depth, we're mostly raising good hands that can tolerate a bunch of aggression or really bad hands that just want to win immediately pre-flop. The dilemma with raising Jack 9 suited is if you raise and get limp shoved on, or even if you get limp shoved on, it's a disaster because you have to fold a hand with a lot of equity going to the flop. And if you get limp called, it's often by hands that dominate you because stuff like Jack 8 offsuit, Jack 7 offsuit is going to limp fold. And certainly going to limp fold a little more under ICM at a final table than for chips. That doesn't mean that the raise is a bad play or anything. I just think it's a bit less common under ICM. I'm going to try now on the button with 10-9 suited. It's hand worth a raise.
Try raises to 400,000 with 10-9 suited. Zahari makes the fold. Fabian with Queen 3 of clubs.
Nice hand to see a flop with.
Ace King 4 on the flop. 1 club. Check from Gums. Comes with the raise here and wins this pot pretty quickly. Zahari with Ace 4. Raises 400,000, Gums lets his 9-5 go. Chibichek with 5-4 of hearts.
Yeah, worth taking a flop with, although under ICM the priority is playing higher cards that can flop top pair and go with it. These suited connectors do have enough equity to get to the flop and try and catch a draw they can commit with. king 7-7. I think this bet will work, but I will say this is a texture where Chibichek with the 3 flush and sort of 3 straight could mix in some small check raises as a bluff. You'll get some turn cards that allow you to commit your stack confidently. And you do need to have some bluffs here to mix in with the times that you check raise with the trips, and that's exactly what Chibichek's going to do here. Very nice hand selection, finding something that can check raise and fold to further aggression, but also can turn an open ender or a flush draw that's willing to go for it. So really nice from Chibichek here.
That'll win the pot.
Queen 9 for Zahari. Not quite good enough. Ace 5 for Gums will be a raise, but possibly a shove. I'm not exactly sure what the stack sizes are behind him, but I know it's the 2 shorter players. Yes, he is going to move it all in, I believe. And we see Chibichek with the type of hand that this jam performs really well against, but Matrai with ace-jack is going to make this call. And although this is backfired for Gums, I like the shove into a 17 and 20 big blind stack. He's going to get a lot of better hands to fold, or hands like that queen-jack that would have reshoved over the top and taken it away from him. A little unfortunate to run to the ace-5. We'll see if he can draw out. It is king 9-6, 2 clubs. He is the only player holding a club here, but a much more favorable board for a try, as we see. Seven on the turn will give Gum some outs to an 8. So 7 outs going to the river. Oh, 8 on the river. Delivers the comeuppance for Matrai and his ace-jack. A very frustrating way to go out and forth. You see certainly his body language a little irritated to just rush out of here. It sucks to get rivered out for a deciding hand like that, but you know, the river was also quite favorable to him in that king-queen versus pocket jacks flip, this time on the wrong side of it.
So Fabian's good run continues. Now up to 18 million and 91 bigs.
I wanted to say 3 billion. He has the rest. Big blind, yeah, only big blind.
Gums with the massive chip lead will certainly look to pummel his opponents now. Not going to see a lot of folds from him on the button.
Queen 8, two
Huge
pair for
flop
Gums.
for our chip leader. And a gut shot for Zahari, so he might take one off here if the bet is small enough. But the bet of half pot is enough to draw out that gut shot with no backdoor flush draw. And on a coordinated texture, I do like the decision to size up there and Queen 8-5 flush draw, despite having top 2.
Zahari with the jacks. We've yet to see him win today, Tony. They are 0 for 3. And he does limp. Comes now. Says, let's go. Both players in for the minimum, 200,000. Flop is ace 5-4, ace of hearts, 5 of hearts, and the 4 of diamonds. Zahari checks. And a check. Turn card is a 7 of diamonds.
I think Gums has a hand that probably won't start bluffing. There's just a hint of showdown value here. And even if there was going to be the possibility of a bluff, Zahari will rob that opportunity by betting the turn with his jacks.
And the jacks hold up.
Gums here with the 10-3 offsuit in the small blind. Raises to 475. Using this small raise size up against the 17-ish blind stack of Chibichek, who wakes up with king queen here, and I think will likely look to get the chips in pre-flop. And yes, he will move it all in there and take that one down. Queen 7 on the button. Good enough for Gums and his huge chip lead to raise. King 10 of diamonds for Chibichek in the small blind. Likely to be a repeat of the previous hand. And away he goes. He'll take that one down. Zahari with Jack 4 in the small blind now. He elects to walk Gums. Gums with the big chip lead should be able to rather easily win pots against Zahari. It's Chibichek on the short stack who's going to be more willing to fight back, although as he draws closer to Zahari, you may see both of them become very risk averse.
Zahari with 9-5. Let's go. Gums 8-7.
Sorry, I'm just so frustrated. Good luck. See you, buddy.
Well, your tweets about the face coverings has certainly generated some conversation.
I figured it might.
Yeah.
But it's tough to say. You know, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not a medical mask. Let's just go there. Let's just start there.
Yeah, that's definitely not a medical mask. So I'll say this. I don't have a strong take on the issue, but I'm definitely in favor of allowing people to still wear medical-related masks at the table. And I find the whole idea of trying to criticize people for still masking to be ridiculous. I mean, I'm not masking. I was thrilled to get rid of the masks the moment that we could. However, somebody else wearing a mask certainly doesn't disrupt your day, doesn't bother you, doesn't harm you in any way. The idea of getting bent out of shape because somebody else is wearing a mask is mouth-breathingly stupid to me. I just can't imagine getting worked up over something like that.
Yeah. I do find it
deuce here.
just a bit funny when people are wearing them in their cars when they're driving by themselves. But if they want,
that's
if
very
they want to do
strange
it,
decision.
they
I don't
can
get
do
that
it
at all. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Also, you know, when I see somebody do that, that generally strikes me as not the sharpest crayon in the box. if you're wearing your mask alone in your car.
Goodness. All right, Gums did bet 600,000. It is ace 5. And Zaharagi lets it go.
I think with a diamond there, we would see Zaharagi peel. Remember that Zaharagi does have Chibichek slightly outshipped here, and it's very important that he retains that advantage. So those close spots on the flop where he could potentially take one off become a lot more important to pass on at this distribution. Chibichek with the king 5. He is up to 22, 23 blinds now, so not that far off Zaharagi, but still Zaharagi will want to try and maintain that buffer. Although I can't see him getting away from the Jack 5 of clubs without losing some money to at least a limp. Gums with one of those junky hands. We saw him raise the 7-4 offsuit earlier, 7-3 offsuit in that same category of hands. Might be worth a raise. Not something you want to do 100% though, and we do see him just check. As we discussed with Zaharagi being the middling stack, he has an incentive to limp really strong from the small blind, so Gums can't just go ballistic and raise every time there's a limp. All right. 8-6-3, 2 hearts and a diamond. Gives Gums the bottom pair. Zaharagi, just some backdoors here, facing the bet of $250,000. Surprised that Zaharagi does peel the flop, though. 9 on the turn would give an open-ender to Gums to go along with his bottom pair. And I believe it went check-check.
Did go check-check.
Just a little delay on getting the river card out there, I guess.
There's the
So
ace.
ace of diamonds, and it will go check-check.
Gums will win this pot with bottom pair.
Chibichek in the big blind with the 8-4. Facing the raise from Zaharagi's King 10.
Next hand, 125.
Not much of a hand to be played here.
250, 250.
Blinds going up, Tony. 125, 250, 250.
Ace 3 of clubs in the small blind. Just going to limp in. Zaharagi with the Jack 10. Has a variety of options here. I think he'll usually check, but raising and even jamming worth considering. He will just check though. Six, 9, 3.
Two spades. Zaharagi with a 10 of spades. Chibichek with bottom pair.
Go check on the flop. I wouldn't mind Zaharagi betting that flop. I think it's a pretty good board for his range, aimed for his hand. He can get some better hands to fold immediately. Instead, Chibichek will turn 2 pair. I don't know with this ace on the turn whether Zaharagi will be interested in committing any chips now. Facing that bet of $250,000, he will give it up.
Oi!
Jack 5 out on the button for Chibichek. Zaharagi with 4 deuce in the small blind. Should probably just give this one up.
I don't know. All right, Gums here with 10s. Wins that pot. are at WPT Prime Slovakia at the card casino Bratislava. We had a great week this week. They have a fantastic buffet for the players here every day. All you gotta do is play the event and get to go to that buffet. Three-handed play. The button acts first.
Chibichek will call with the Jack 8 here. No, excuse me. Yes, he did call, and Zahari raises to 850. Got a little mixed up there for a moment. Pretty sizable raise at this stack depth as well. A close but reluctant give up by the Jack 8. King deuce of diamonds for Chibichek on the button.
Zahari raises to 250. Sorry, calls 250 and comes with the option with 4-3. Decides to check. Flop is 10-9-6. Zahari in the lead with his queen high. 7 on the turn.
Now with just queen high here, no pair, no draw. I don't know if Zahari really wants to get involved. Does check over to Gums one more time. Gums now with a gut shot to a 5 on a 4 straight board. May want to fire at this. May want to check once more. He knows that Zahari will be checking stronger than usual. An 8 on the river puts the straight on the board. Either player bets, they'll likely receive the entirety of the pot. He will fire out here. 625, betting nearly full pot, trying to represent that straight. And Gums, considering making the call for the chop. I guess he could be considering a raise as well. But usually considering a call ends up folding. I think a pretty reasonable fold. Pretty likely that Zahari will limp jack high hands or hands containing a jack, many of which could be paired on the flop and just check down to that river.
Didn't hurt too much. Just 250 in that pot.
Queen 3 now for Zahari on the button. Not looking to get involved.
Gums with the ace.
Gums gonna move in with the ace 4 here.
No call.
Yeah, Chibichek forced to give up on his jack 6 suited.
Comes now. First to act with Queen 4 offsuit. Comes raises to 500,000. Chibichek. Very playable ace jack of hearts.
Yeah. Ace jack suited. Gonna be all in a moment here.
And there it goes, all in for 3.4. And he wins the pot.
Máš tam tehdy, alebo čo mám pozerať? Pozeraj mi to, ale tam sú oné, žel som, že pýtal som sa aj nejaké veci, tak tam to ani nevidíš. No tak tam.
Chibichek with Queen 8 now. Fold Zahari. With Jack 10. Tony, do you have anything like that that you do that he every single time he gets into a pot, he puts his hands off the table next to his side, so he doesn't? Is that so you do the same thing every time? Is that something you work on?
So. Not really. I set a protector on my cards, just a chip.
Okay.
I try and maintain a consistent timing.
Okay.
You know, and take like 3 to 5 seconds before I take any action, unless it's just like an incredibly clear fold.
Raise here to 800,000 with 6-5 by Fabian.
I do think Zahari has too much hand to fold here. Blind versus blind. Should be going to a flop. Yes, we will.
Let's make the call. The flop is a 6, a 7, and a king. 2 clubs and a spade. Both players with a club in their hand, but Fabian has flopped a pair of 6s. Zahari is checked.
Comes with a small bet here. It looks to be about 4 1/4.
No call. Gums takes it down.
Yeah, not much for Zahari and his Jack 10 to do there. No real connectivity with the board. As we talked about, he wants to minimize the size of pots while Chibichek is still in there and a little bit shorter than him.
Haxton has now weighed in on the mask wearing. Mask wearing versus gaiter wearing, I should say.
Yeah, I listened to a podcast recently that Ike went on, and he was asked about his reasoning for continuing to wear the mask, you know, in the era of vaccines and well after the pandemic has abated. And he spoke a lot about the risks of long COVID, how there's a relatively common occurrence for long COVID in people who get, especially COVID multiple times, and that it can have a lot of disruption on your cognitive process. And as a professional poker player, he's just hyper aware of protecting any damage to his cognitive process.
Whatever he's
So,
doing, it works.
yeah, whatever he's doing, it works. He is certainly one of our best players, and one of the smartest people I've ever encountered in the game.
Yeah,
of
and
poker.
he's a great guy. I really
I
like
said
him.
before that I find the masks very uncomfortable. I don't really like wearing them. And once we got the vaccines, I was like, okay, great. Don't worry about the mask anymore. But listening to Ike discussing his reasoning for wearing them, I was like, he's actually making some good points here. Like, I still don't think I'm going to do it, but I at least understand now why somebody like him would be more persistent. Bottom pair, the 7-6 up against the overcard and gut shot for Chibichek. He will bet 550 with that gut shot. Gums here with the 3 straight to go along with his bottom pair. Make proceeding in this hand a little easier. Getting a nice price as well.
Makes the call. Turn card is a king of diamonds.
Perhaps a card Chibichek will continue barreling on. Not a mandatory barrel. Stack sizes are getting a little awkward, and with the 2 flush draws out there, you start to worry that maybe it won't get through very often. But you block some of the peels for gums, like a queen 10 or a king queen.
Check, check. 5 on the river. And gums with 4th pair here. Gets the check mark. We'll see how it ends up.
Not really a hand he can bet, so I expect him to check, and then Chibichek will have a decision to make. Not much showdown value to be had with the queen high. Do you want to bet the river and try and represent that you have like an 8 or a jack going for thin value? I mean, not very thin for a jack, but the 8 definitely be the case.
He does check. Gums is going to win the pot.
Chibichek bleeding down here. He's going to be at around 12 big blinds, and most of his decisions will be push fold pre-flop, although when it gets folded to him in the small blind up against Zahari, limps are still viable. Gums running away with this final table on 22 million right now. Chibichek with Jack 7 in the small blind. One of those hands that's sort of awkward. I don't think he can fold. The decision is between call, raise fold, and shove. And there's merit to all 3.
And there goes.
The all in though.
2.9. Zahari with king 9 asks for a count.
Yeah, close one for Zahari. King Jack is like a fist pump call. King 10, I think, is a pretty clear call, and King 9 is your decision hand. Playing for chips, pretty much every king is a call, but that's not the case at final tables.
Next prize is 57,257, and then 77,783, 125,902 up top, Tony, which includes that seat to the championship. So a lot still at stake here. He's going to use a time extension. Think about it a little bit longer.
Does make the call.
He makes the call.
Yep, it was the borderline hand, and he's going to like the result. Comfortably in front of the Jack 7 for the moment.
And we'll see the flop. Queen 8-3 on the flop. Zahari with the lead.
Staying stoic. Like to see a king on the turn and lock this one up.
It's a 5.
It's a 5.
River card. No straights, no flushes available. Chibichek needs a jack or a 7, or he's going to be our third place finisher. We'll be heads up, Tony. It's a queen. That's going to do it. We're going to lose Josef Chibichek from Slovakia, our last local player in the field. Great week for him, 57,257. But we are heads up. Fabian Gums and Maor Zahari heads up for the title here at WPT Prime Slovakia. I think at this stage they're probably going to move the players to 2 and 5, so get a better view for the live stream. That means we'll be having a short break, Tony, and we will be back for the heads up finale here at Card Casino Bratislava. Getting those chip counts, live updates from WPT out there. Mike Patrick doing his work. See David there as well. From here it looks looks to me like about 9 million, but I could be wrong. Maybe 8 million. Photographer Thomas Stacha out there, a veteran of tournament poker photography. 108,000 euros, 210 plus that seat to the World Championship, 72,000 euros for second.
Maybe we can keep them in this seat. What about if I give also the
So half hour, so 14 seconds.
We use the big one and then we use the little one when we do like the
I use this big one for the winner picture. Take on.
I don't think it'll look good right now.
No, I mean both.
No, I know. I don't think it'll look good.
No, they don't show, when they win the Stanley Cup, you show the pictures of the Stanley Cup and then they take the little Stanley Cups home. So just show the picture. Yeah, that'd be weird to show the
Stanley Cup only fake the whole time?
Stanley Cup.
We just take that one with us.
Stanley Cup's real. There's two though. There's one stays home and then the one that travels. Yeah, travels with the team. Everybody takes one and takes a little small one.
Oh, really? I didn't know that they got a little one.
Yeah. Not everybody. The winner's getting this one.
Well, I knew.
The World Poker Tour is headed to Canada this May for WPT Montreal. The festival features 2 weeks of non-stop poker action from May 9th to May 22nd at Playground. We kick things off with a WPT 500 event from May 9th to the 13th, where a $590 buy-in could net you a piece of the $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. With the WPT Prime Championship to follow starting May 12th, it features a $1,150 buy-in with a whopping $1 million guaranteed prize pool and a televised final table on May 21st. Last but certainly not least, the pinnacle of the festival, the $3,500 WPT Championship event takes the center stage on May 16th with a massive $2 million guaranteed prize pool and televised final table to commence on May 22nd. This is where legends are made. Join us at WPT Montreal for a poker experience like no other. Visit WPT.com now to secure your seat and be a part of poker history.
Look at me with the bio wanted. At me. Perfect. Alessio. I'm good. I'm good. Ready? Come. Alessio. All good.
We're ready?
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, guys.
I was about to mess up. Amazing play.
All right, guys, 125, 250, 250. We'll play the remaining 30 minutes of this level. And all levels forward after that are 30 minutes. Clock is half, heads up. So 125, 250, 250. Go ahead, shuffle up and deal.
Now that was an ad for our upcoming event in Macau. First time the WPT has returned to Macau in quite some time. Players in the Pacific region in June. That will be a compelling event. Both players flopping a pair on Queen 7-3. Gums, our chip leader, entering heads up with about a 3-1 advantage, making top pair. Zahari, a middle pair of sevens. So it is a raise to 875,000 by Gums with his top pair. Zahari already in a dicey situation, but with the backdoor draw to go along with his middle pair, I don't believe he can give up on this quite yet, and he does make the call of 875K, so 2.5 million in this pot. As we head to the turn. 4 of hearts will deliver a gut shot for Zahari. Nice card for Gums to extract some more value on. Be interested to see what he chooses for sizing and how big he tries to build this pot. The turn is a bit better for Zahari's range than Gums, but I don't think it's enough of a scare card that he'll look to slow down.
He is making a fairly sizable bet here.
Yeah, he might just look to get the money all in. Bet like 1.8-ish on the turn and shove the river. 1.7.
It's 1.7 million.
Zahari certainly can't fold on this turn card, so he does make the call.
We'll go to the river, and it is
For a 5 or a 6.
not a 5 or 6, it's a 9.
Yeah.
And that makes 2 pair
Top 2
for
pair.
Fabian Gums. He's got to feel pretty good about raking this pot.
Yeah. He is all in. Oh boy, tough spot for Zahari. You know you have to believe your opponent check raised the flop with something like 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with hearts. During the heart flush draw, barreled and missed up the river and is jamming. It's nice that you block a turn straight with 5-6, so if ever you're going to call with a 7, having 7-5 no heart seems like the right one. But I don't know if Zahari wants to call it off here with just a pair of 7s. We're about to find out.
That'll get it done. Gums increases his chip stack. Gums called 125 to 250. Now Zahari with the option with Jack 3 offsuit. He checks. The flop is Ace 5-4. Ace 5-4. Zahari checks his gut shot and Jack high. Fabian now bets.
Gums with the gut shot to the 6 here. He'll probably not be folding with the 2 overcards to the 5 as well, although at this price is close, yeah. Oh, excuse me, I got my action reversed. My apologies. He bet the 600k. Zahari with the gut shot. Lets that one go.
Had 16 time chips in all in this tournament. Looks like Fabian's down to his last one or his final 2, it looks like. The amazing one was at the championship when Calvin Anderson didn't use any of his 20 in the WPT championship.
That's right.
Zahari calls 125 with 3 deuce. Are you okay with calling any 2 here, Tony? Or you still think there's fold?
Well, with the big blind ante out there, you are getting the appropriate odds to essentially play 100% of hands.
Okay.
I think I checked these situations recently and saw that, yeah, it's pretty much 100% of hands that find a way to get in there. A lot of them by calling, a little bit by raising. There's been some conversation around reducing the size of the ante in heads-up poker to create a more aggressive dynamic with the big blind ante. It just ends up being you're getting such a fantastic price to limp in with everything that the GTO strategy starts to dictate that you limp most of your hands instead of raise. I don't have a strong take about whether it's something that should be changed, but it has been something that's been discussed because of that dynamic.
Zahari wins this one.
Yeah, we see Gums as well, limping really bad hands like 9-4 offsuit.
All in. And Gums does let it go.
Some players in your Twitter threads kind of agreeing with your sentiment that, you know, maybe it should just be, you have to choose one. You know, you want to obscure your face, you can choose one form of doing that, whether it's a mask or sunglasses. And, you know, for those who are concerned about any kind of disease, you know, you still have the right to wear the mask. For those who want to obscure their face, they'd have some options. I think it's a pretty reasonable compromise. Basically, one face covering per player ruling. One player to a hand, one covering to a face. That kind of thing. Zahari limps in on the button. Gums, wanting to find some sort of junky but semi-connecting-ish hands, elects to raise 9-5 offsuit. I like this hand selection at this stack depth. And we see he gets Zahari to fold out a dominating hand in the 9-6 offsuit. You know, Gums throughout this final table has just played with such poise and balance, just choosing the right hands to make those kind of plays with, not building any pots unnecessarily large, checking back with some strong hands at times to disguise his strength or limit his downside on the boards where his opponent's going to have a nut advantage, really just putting on a clinic of final table play. Another couple of junky hands here.
These are the interesting ones for me. Less interesting now as Zaharagi's flopped a pair of 9s. Zahari checks. Jack on the turn. Gums with 7 high.
Zahari might want to stab. His 9 could use a little bit of protection. There are gut shots that he may want to deny equity to.
Checks
I'm
it.
still going to check. Zahari has leaned towards the more passive option throughout this final table whenever presented with a situation where he could mix.
Now queen on the river.
Now, tough to value bet the 9s and jacks now.
Zahari bets
Oh, he
250.
does though. He goes with the min bet. Oh, nice thin value. I don't know how many hands he can really get called by at the stack depth. You're basically asking for something like 8 high to call you, really. Because most of the ace high hands are probably going to be raising or putting it in pre-flop. Gums is just going to raise him. Yeah, that block feels a little thin to me on this river. And I don't know if he's got the bet call in him here at the 9-3-0. We're getting into some weird wide range territory, Matt.
So you're saying you like the raise?
I like the raise, yeah.
And it
You
works.
do want to find this kind of thing now and then. I think the block on the river might be a little thin, and perhaps it's better to just check and induce bluffs if you want to spend money that way, because when you block the river, I mean, like I said, most aces are going to raise pre-flop. You're losing to a 10, of course. You know, you're getting called by all the 9s and just chopping with them. So you're basically hoping your opponent calls you with 8 high. Well, that's getting a bit ambitious, isn't it?
All right, Zahari here with ace-jack of diamonds up against 10-5 for Fabian Gums. Fabian with the big chip lead. Flop is a big one again. Queen-jack-9. Zahari with middle pair, and Gums with an open and straight draw.
I like that limp with the the ace-jack suited by Zahari. He's limped a lot of weak hands, just trying to get to the flop and realize it's equity with them, and he balances that by limping something strong that can withstand a whole bunch of aggression. Both players connecting here.
Six of diamonds on the turn. Actions on Fabian after the check. A bet of 1.1 million. Makes the call. River's another 9.
A reasonable combo for Gums to fire the river with. Of course, with the board pairing a card that your opponent can get to the river like this with. Certainly not mandatory.
Gums checks.
Yep, just gonna give this one up. Zahari. Could value bet this. A decent amount of stuff missed. Not very likely you have a queen. You have the best possible jack. Strength your hand a little disguised. I think I like it.
All in. That'll get it
Yeah.
done.
Very nice bet.
We started at 2 o'clock local time today. We're just about 6.5 hours into this final table. Like I said, Fabian was short stacked most of the day. Hope to see you out on the World Poker Tour. A lot of great events coming up. As we said, Seminole Hard Rock is already underway. The Gold Coast in Australia, Choctaw in May, Montreal in mid-May, and San Remo in June. And then we go to Wynn in Macau. King, Queen, 5 on the flop. Zahari flopped middle pair once again, and bottom pair. He's flopped, bottom pair for Gums. Zahari checks. Gums makes the bet. Comes up to 23 million versus 4.9 million for Zahari. Bet is 325.
Turn. Zahari to pair now. Although Gums and his 5, not enough hand to lose the whole bag on. About a 600K. Giving Gums a reasonable price to see this river. My guess is that he will get there.
Gums does let go. Good fold there.
Nice fold. Yeah, perhaps Gums picking up on the fact that Zaharagi has leaned passive in his close decisions during this final table. Perhaps has friends on the stream feeding him information, willing to make a bit more of a snug fold, getting the favorable price there. Top pair for Zaharagi here on a board that gives Gums 4 flush with the hearts.
Gums bets 500,000.
I think without the kicker playing, Zaharagi will probably lean call over raise here, but there are a variety of draws on here that he may be inclined to try and get some value from, but no, it is just going to be a call. Deuce of Hearts on the river will deliver the winner for Gums, and a card where it's going to be tougher for Zaharagi to get away without paying this off. You know, if it was an overcard that completed one of the flush draws, maybe facing a large bet, you can fold your 9. Given it's a deuce and that plenty of other draws, including the club, 7-6, Jack-10, 10-7, have missed, and you unblock all of them with your 6 of diamonds. Yeah, a quick call from Zaharagi.
Quick call, yeah, 1.5 was a bet.
I certainly don't blame him for that quick call. I think that's the right play. Just an unfortunate result when Gums does make his hand on the river.
Doesn't hurt to run good as well as play good. Gums has had a little bit of both at this final table. Definitely been playing well. Gums is German. He lives in Austria, so it's not a long drive. Real close to Vienna here. Tony, real close to Hungary. Great place to play poker. Casino Bratislava here. They're changing locations though. They're moving just up the road a little bit. Had an opportunity to go over to the venue with the director, Lasso Cervini. It's a beautiful new location. They have a huge Olympic park right over there. Equestrian range, a soccer field. It's an amazing place. Aquatic
nice.
center. Yeah, it's right next to where they're doing it.
Wow.
A huge resort.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Jack deuce deuce. And Gums has flopped trip deuces. How are you running?
Yeah, he's running good, and you know, there's a bit on this board for Zaharagi to like. If I'm in Zaharagi's shoes, I'd even be tempted to check raise this combo with the 3 straight, 3 flush. Having that backdoor possibility. Gums limping on the button. I guess all the deuces are available to him. If he's going to limp stuff like 4-2-0, you know, literally every deuce in the deck is in there.
Zaharagi does
And
make the call.
just a call from Zaharagi. Yeah, you certainly can't fold with this much hand. 3 of spades on the turn is going to help prevent Zaharagi from getting dragged further into this hand.
He does check it. No call. $14 big blinds to over 100 for Fabian Gums.
Zaharagi limp it in with the 10-7. Gums with king 5. You know, I'm certainly no heads-up expert, but some of these offsuit kings occasionally get jammed as we start getting lower, although I think that's more when we have to open the action than when it's limped to us. Oh, wow.
Gums flops a full house. Zaharagi stepping in it here a little bit, betting 250.
Zaharagi just desperate to win a pot. Can't seem to get one.
Gums just makes the
Not
call.
really his fault when Gums has it every single hand. I mean, you go through a stretch like this heads up, it's generally over pretty quick.
Oh my goodness. And turn card's a 10. Giving Zaharagi second pair. At this point, Tony, you like him to continue to bet here?
Well, no, because now he can't really get value for much worse. He doesn't really need protection. Looks like he is going to bet. It feels a little mergy to me, like you chop with the 10s, you lose to any king and any 5. Your opponent likely would have raised or shoved an ace pre-flop, so what are we really trying to get called by here? I guess your opponent could have a, you know, queen high, queen jack, queen 9 type of thing, but yeah, I'm struggling to find many hands that can call this that are worse. Gums
makes the call again.
Yeah, just gonna play this slow, and why not? Just needs to fade a 10 on the river. It's a 9 instead, and yeah, you know, now if you're Zaharagi, what's our plan on this river? Queen Jack got there, so the one hand that you were potentially against has reached the river. Gums will check once more. I expect Zaharagi will check back here.
Yeah, he did check back. It's a good check.
Yeah, there's not much else to be done there with that middling showdown value on a board where you can't bet and get called by worse.
150, 300, 300.
Line's going up, 150, 300, 300. Tony, you talked about merging. What does that mean exactly?
Merging is basically when you bet a hand that is only likely to get called by a better hand. It's sort of like when you bet a mid-strength hand or raise a mid-strength hand that only really gets action from better hands. I don't know why it came to be known as a merge. This is a somewhat old poker term from like maybe the mid-aughts. But there is some merit to merging at times or making raises that seem rather mergy. To give you an example, like sometimes you call 4-5 suited in the big blind and the flop comes king 5-3 rainbow with one of your suit, and you check and your opponent bets and you check raise. You're sort of merging in the sense that most of the hands that call your check raise are ahead of you, but your hand plays best, your range plays best by adding some protection to check raising the 4-5 suited, not allowing hands with 6 overcards to see 2 cards for 1 bet. Whereas on the river, betting hands that are mergy make a lot less sense.
Okay.
Zahari, he's in rough shape here down to just 6-7 blind territory.
Six, 3 on the flop. And check here. If you're Fabian, you're just keeping your foot on the gas here, yeah?
And why not? You've got 3 to a straight, you've got a nothing hand. You know that your opponent's mostly going to give up. We know this time around he's not, and I think Zahari should mostly raise here. He's just going to shove it in. He can raise the minimum, he can shove. At this stack depth, pretty thin margin between the two. I think with this ace, Zahari needs to be all in pre-flop.
Zahari's all in with ace-3.
And the queen-10, likely worth a call here. Getting a nice price with some dead money in that out there. Queen-10 will occasionally be ahead of the hands that Zahari is jamming. Yes, it is going to be a call. So Zahari slightly out in front right now. Gum's looking to improve.
This could be the last hand of the tournament. Can hear Alex laughter in the back. Alex Gray, our Royal Flush Crew member. And look at this, a 10 right on the flop, also a 3. Fabian Gums, 81% at this point to win WPT Prime Slovakia. He did run quite well, I have to say. 6 on the turn.
needs to fade an ace or a 3 to become our champion. Will he do it? Let's see a river.
Gonna hurt more on the river.
And the river card is a 7. It's going to do it. Got our champion, Fabian Gums. Mar Zahari from Israel did take home second place, $77,783. But our champion of WPT Prime Slovakia is Fabian Gums, taking him $125,902, which includes that seat to the WPT Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Quite a victory. As I said, he was short most of the day yesterday, and he did not hold back today. Made a lot of hands and played very well to win this title. 108,000 euros.
Yeah, very well
210.
played.
And he's a very big supporter of the WPT, so good to see him win that, and we'll see him in Vegas. Tony, any final words?
Yeah, just an awesome final table. Final table from Fabian Gums all around. I can't remember one decision point where I wasn't on board with the way he played it. Zahari played a really nice, patient game, laddered up, taking home 72,000 euros. Gums is going to be another tough competitor at the Win come December. Congrats on another strong turnout to our partner in Slovakia. I think there was over 150 more entries this season than last season, so great to see the continued growth. And thanks to you, Matt Savage, for kicking off this stream while I was still in bed and getting us rolling.
No problem. It's
Safe
always great to have you,
back
though.
to the States.
It's always great to have you, and it's always a learning experience for me as well as others out there. So thank you, Tony Dunst. And I think we're going to sign off from this time. I see Laura in the screen there. They're setting it up for the final table photos. I think I'll head up there and get a photo with Fabian and myself. So Tony, thanks again for checking in and being a part of the stream. And we will see you later from WPT Prime Slovakia at Card Casino Bratislava.
Take care, man.
Oh, look at that. Jesus. Ready.
What's your playing style? Fly. How would other players describe happy, grumpy in the morning?
I'm going, I'm running. I'm a runner, I'm a track star. The chips are not too much played.
Oh, I like that.
Sorry, were you able to understand this stuff?
part of them all. Hey, if you don't slow down, they go down. I'll be like,
Right, right. Okay.
Moving forward. Hey.
Double check.
I would have double checked the boat. You know what?
Ah, he's running.
Hey, in the boat. You wonder how many prize pools I actually approved on the ship?
It's been a while since you last saw your building test.
Yep. I think I approved 2 of these.
Wow.
I was there for that one.
Look at that artistry. Look at that artistry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost, every time.
Amazing.
He's like turned around. That was a diamond actually. Yeah, I know. I haven't fixed it. I have the tools. I just don't know how to open it.
I want to say it was the 5K to 25K.
Huh?
I want to say it was the 5K to 25K, and the rest are like, price was done. Cool! Where are you going? There's like 37 things that are on fire right
It's
now.
okay
I'm running
for
to
you.
right now.
Yeah, it looks great.
What are they? Yeah.
Well, one mistake.
Literally, I read off my phone, it's like going across the ship.
No, all good, all good. I can, yeah.
Also, literally, I'm staying sane.
Yeah.
Because half of them were just like, that's really bad. Okay.
Done.
One more shit. Don't bother me. Yeah. Perfect. Looks good.
Looks great.
Well, it's okay, but
Look at him
still it's
leaning
a
it
little
on
bit
that,
one mistake,
All in.
Now that we're getting picky, I'm not getting
Fix it? Yeah. That was right. Don't mess up his art, man.
You want to?
No, yeah. Good.
Unfortunately, you're not bringing the big one.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
There we go. Eric.
You need this?
Oh.
Maybe you pay the light? It is better. This is too blue. Yep, that's good.
I forgot how good Thomas
I remember 2017 when you did my the Poker Stars Festival. Yeah, I did Poker Stars Festival. Yeah, I did many things. Many things. I just remember there were a couple of funny pictures. They used it for like a couple of years, so be careful this time. All good. So, I want this. Open the hands more, like that. Up it down, more.
Wow, what a supermodel.
Keep smiling. Oh, that's good.
Okay, a little less psychopath. That's fine.
You can relax now, you won.
Where is it a little less psychopath? A little less German?
Nice.
Ah, you went back.
The little trophy. The little trophy. Heavy. No, it's not. More up.
Big one.
There you go. Hold that
Have a heavy one.
There you go, yeah.
More up. You know what? Try hold it like that, like
Over
that.
your head.
Over your head.
No more.
Exactly. Amazing puppy. And now the guard.
I think this is just a fun game that you can't do anything about it right now. You know I can.
If I tell you 1, 2, 3, go.
You can do me a favor.
Fabi, when I tell you 1, 2, 3, go.